Hello there, and welcome back to the Patronus pages. Since we finished our last Marauders era story, a lot of you have been requesting we read A Marauder's Plan. Today we will be reading the first few chapters, and I was hoping to get your feedback on if we should continue it or not. With that being said, let's dive right in with Chapter 1. Chapter 1, Initiating Operation Pronglet 1. Book 1, A Marauder's Plan, Basic Pranks. Part 1, Initiating Operation Pronglet, the Lord Padfoot prank. June 9th, 1994. Sirius landed by the ruin of the Potter's home in Godric's Hollow. He dismounted the Hippogriff, fighting against the urge to get back on and continue flying. The Hippogriff snorted and backed away, heading towards a nearby puddle of water for a drink. There had been no clear destination in mind when Sirius had flown away from Hogwarts, but something had pulled him to the Potter's old home. The house was a crumbling wreck, shrouded in darkness. The cottage had been a wedding present from James's father to his son, an acknowledgement that, unlike times of old, the newly married couple were not expected to live at Potter House with James's father, his mother having died when James was 17. Sirius could see in his mind's eye the way it had looked in its prime. The outside walls covered with ivy, with the whitewashed stone peeking out in between the green periodically, the tidy front garden with its lavender and honeysuckle, the gleaming windows underlined with their boxes of flowers and herbs, Lily's pride and joy. He let out a shuddering breath, a sob catching at the back of his throat. He shouldn't have come back, Sirius thought tiredly, but where else was there to go when there was nowhere else to go but home? And the cottage, with its bright blue door with the griffin knocker, had once been his home as much as James's and Lily's. He had always been welcome there, had lived there for a time while he recovered from tangling with Death Eaters and almost dying. Of course, when James had lost his father, he'd moved himself, Lily and Harry to Potter House, but they had soon moved back when they needed to go into hiding. Sirius closed his eyes against the wave of memories, the bright sunny rooms, Harry in his crib gurgling with laughter, James grinning about some prank, Lily teasing them both with a glint in her eye. He rubbed at his forehead. It felt like years of fog were beginning to clear. 12 years in Azkaban had left its mark, Sirius determined, that and his own blind rage at Peter. And that had started right where he was standing. The memory of that night cut through his mind, sharp images of loss, the overwhelming panic when he'd realized Peter was missing, the shock of grief and terror at the sight of the house, and James dead. James, his best friend. The grief sent him to his knees again, just as it had on that terrible night. Then there had been Hagrid with Harry, and orders to take Sirius's godson to Dumbledore and Lily's sister, Petunia. In hindsight, Sirius should have gone with him and told Dumbledore about Peter. He shouldn't have let Harry out of his sight, but he'd truly believed Harry would be safe with Dumbledore, and he had been fiercely pleased that it left him free to go after Peter. He'd been so stupid. He opened his eyes and took in the sight of the battered house again. I screwed up, James. I suggested Peter as secret keeper, and he knew I'd come after him for betraying you. He was ready for me. He shook his head. He could remember the confrontation as though it had happened the day before. The cold of the air, the smell of rain, Peter's smug expression as he'd made his accusation, and the heat of the explosion. He'd been blown backwards, landing in a heap, blood pouring from a wound on his head. Had he actually been concussed? His thoughts had been cloudy and muddled, all over the place. He couldn't remember much of anything either. Couldn't remember his trial. Had there actually been a trial? Couldn't remember anything except waking up days, weeks, maybe months later in Azkaban with no way of contacting anyone who might have helped him. He'd taken refuge in the knowledge that he was innocent and the small comfort that Harry was safe. And he'd lost track of time after that until the minister had stopped by and actually given him a newspaper. After that, his only thought had been to protect Harry from Peter. Sirius paused for breath, realizing belatedly that he'd continued talking out loud. Talking to yourself, first sign of madness. Isn't that what you always told me, James? He said softly. He sighed and stared blankly at the ruined house. He could feel the urge to leave nudging at him again, to get back on Buckbeak and head for somewhere warm and sunny where he could recover from Azkaban. but that would mean leaving Harry. "Harry's living with your sister, Lily," Sirius said. "I went to see him there when I got out of prison." It had been the first thing he'd done. He'd wanted to check on his godson before heading north to wait for Peter at Hogwarts. Seeing Harry running away had changed his plans. He's not happy. I mean, he's brilliant, James. Really brilliant. He saved my life, but he's too thin and small. He wanted to come and live with me straight away. Who wants to live with someone they don't know unless they hate where they are? I think your sister and her family treat him badly, Lily. I need to get him away from them. Of course, I can't until I'm cleared and no longer on the run, and that's not likely to happen any time soon." He got to his feet, crossed his arms over his chest, and pushed the urge to leave away again. He frowned, his brow lowering as he mulled over the issue. "The problem is that, as much as I hate to admit it, I've been acting too much like a Gryffindor," Sirius said with a huff of exasperation. "I went running off after Peter when you died, and this year all I've done is try and get to Peter again, even if it was so he wouldn't hurt Harry, and I failed both times." He sighed heavily. "If I want to protect Harry properly, I need to start thinking and stop reacting." The niggle at the back of his mind to leave Britain, to leave Harry, shivered and disappeared abruptly. He'd shaken off a compulsion spell, Sirius realized. Probably Dumbledore. The old coot had no doubt thought compelling Sirius to get as far as possible was for his own good, so he wouldn't get caught by the Ministry. Or maybe so that he wouldn't stay too close to Harry. That thought arrested him for a long moment. He shook himself as though he was Padfoot, trying to dislodge the idea. But he had promised to start thinking, and so he did, pacing back and forth to give in to his need for movement. Why would Dumbledore want Sirius to stay away from Harry? Okay, Sirius could acknowledge that he needed to heal from the effects of Azkaban and that there could be reasonable doubts about his ability to care for a young teen. But Sirius was Harry's godfather. He could understand Dumbledore taking baby Harry with Lily's sister in the immediate aftermath of James's and Lily's death, had even reluctantly agreed with the plan by handing over Harry to Hagrid, in fact. Very few people had known where Lily's sister resided in the Muggle world, and Sirius knew Lily had placed wards around the place. He could also understand why Dumbledore had left him there once Sirius was imprisoned and Harry's godmother Alice Longbottom had been attacked. There was an automatic belief that blood relations were best, and maybe Dumbledore had assumed that Petunia was the named guardian for Harry. Sirius couldn't remember if Dumbledore had ever seen the Potter's will. Dumbledore probably had little knowledge of how much Petunia disliked magic, and even if he had, he'd possibly made the assumption that Petunia would care for Harry regardless because he was family. Still, Sirius mused thoughtfully, it didn't excuse Dumbledore for seemingly missing all the signs of an abused child when Harry had gotten to Hogwarts, or worse, disregarding them and leaving Harry with the Dursleys anyway. He stopped pacing. Why would Dumbledore have disregarded signs of abuse? No, Sirius couldn't believe that. He could believe that abuse had been missed. Hadn't his own abuse at the hands of his dear mother been overlooked until he'd run away from home? But he couldn't quite dismiss his underlying notion that Dumbledore wanted distance between Sirius and his godson. Possibly Dumbledore thought Harry's Muggle relatives provided a safer environment than Sirius, and okay, it wasn't as though Sirius could provide a home while he was on the run. Or Dumbledore might just not trust Sirius, which sounded more likely because Dumbledore had always had trouble seeing beyond the black name Sirius carried. Wasn't that why he hadn't even rated a visit from the leader of the Order of the Phoenix after being imprisoned? Everybody got a second chance with Dumbledore, except for Sirius, it seemed. Sirius wondered if Dumbledore would have stood by and let him be kissed. Certainly it seemed like the kids had gained some kind of approval from the headmaster to save him, but just why was it that the kids had needed to save him? Why couldn't Dumbledore guarantee him a fair trial? Wasn't he the chief warlock? Sirius was aware that the old wizard didn't like to wield the power the wizarding world had given him too often, but he had power. Power was something that the House of Potter and the House of Black had once enjoyed. Magical power aplenty, certainly, but both families had also built financial and political alliances. And it was that kind of power that Sirius truly needed if he was going to protect Harry from the Death Eaters, from Peter, from the possibility of Voldemort rising again. It was that kind of power which would get Sirius what he wanted from the Ministry, namely his name cleared and guardianship of Harry, so he could ensure his godson had everything he needed: love, happiness, fun, security. And he evidently needed that same power to ensure that Albus Dumbledore couldn't stop Sirius from being with Harry, if that was Dumbledore's plan. Sirius looked up at the night sky and shook his head in denial of where his thoughts were leading him. A rush of wind touched him, and he breathed in the scent of lilies. At least he knew he had her approval. "You always said that you would do anything to keep Harry safe, Lilyflower. I always said I would do the same, but I didn't get it until now that anything means anything." Another breeze brushed over him. It felt comforting and familiar. Affection, safety and family all tangled together in a way that spoke of love. Sirius closed his eyes again, grief rocking through him. "James." He gave a short, humourless laugh. "You shouldn't approve too soon, James, because you're not going to like my plan. Merlin knows I don't like my plan." But if it was power Sirius needed, he looked back at the house and whistled for Buckbeak. It was time to retreat to the one place Sirius had never called home. Chapter 2. Initiating Operation Pronglet 2. Chapter text. They landed in the back garden of 12 Grimold Place. Everything was overgrown and unkempt, a wild tangle of tall grass, weeds and flowers that had escaped their beds and meandered all over the once pristine lawn. The old trees that bordered the property created dark, imposing shapes in the night. The protective statues were pale lumps of marble. They didn't wake with his arrival, and Sirius breathed out in relief. The house was under a death fidelius. He'd known that being a Black was enough to see the house, but he'd been unsure that the actual wards around the property would accept him. He had been an outcast because of his allegiance to the light, to the Potters, and had been worried that there might have been something to keep him out specifically. He threw a look at the neighbouring houses. He knew the spells disguising the garden and house would mean muggles, and other wizards would skip over number 12 and see the next house along. "You can stay in the garden, Buckbeak, or go on your way," he said fondly. "You've saved my life, and I thank you." Buckbeak bowed low, and Sirius did the same. The hippogriff turned and launched itself back into the air. A couple of sweeps of its powerful wings later, and it was out of sight. "Safe travels, my friend," Sirius murmured in the darkness. He made his way to the house, taking the side path to the steps down to the back door that led into the basement, the old merchant's entrance. The narrow black door opened on his approach. It looked as though the wards had granted him more than simply access. They were inviting him in. Sirius took a deep breath and entered his childhood home. The smell of dank mould and decay hit his nostrils immediately, and he cursed his sensitive padfoot nose. He wished he had a wand to dispel the stench. He stepped into the small receiving area for tradesmen, and the door closed behind him, locking him in. The gaslight flickered on, recognizing his presence. Sirius ignored the doors to his left, which would lead to a potions lab, a cell that he would rather avoid, and a staircase down to a cellar. He headed up the staircase to his right instead and came out in the long, narrow kitchen. The room was filthy with dust and dirt. He grimaced and hoped the rest of the house wasn't in a similar state. He'd been informed of his mother's and grandfather's death by the warden, so for the house to be deserted and empty wasn't a surprise. He just expected the old house elf, Creature, would have kept up maintenance. Maybe the elf had died, or his mother had killed him. He wouldn't put it past the balmy old bitch. He opened up the door that led to the reception hall. "You!" His mother's voice had him snapping around in shock, his heart pounding. A portrait glared back at him in the half-light coming through the window above the front door. A familiar pop signaled the arrival of the missing elf. The aged being took in Sirius with a glare. "You is not welcome here, master." "Master." Sirius smiled at the elf's unwilling confirmation of what Sirius had hoped, that with the passing of his grandfather, it was Sirius who was the recognized heir and head of house. "My house, creature," he stated firmly. "You can stay and obey me, or you can have clothes. Creature will stay, despite the traitor to his mistress, who is now his master." Sirius let one eyebrow creep up in his forehead, and the elf shuffled his feet and pulled at his ears, punishing himself automatically for his disparaging remark. "You will refer to me as Lord Black. You will not tell anyone of my location ever. You will obey only me, and you will inform no one of my secrets. You will speak to no one without my express permission. Is that clear?" Creature obeys Lord Black. "He's not Lord yet." His mother sniffed in her portrait. "The rings are in the vaults. I hardly think you, a convicted criminal, will be able to get to them. At least you redeemed yourself at the end." Sirius stared at her. "I hate to disappoint you, Mother, but I didn't actually betray the Potters or kill those muggles." He paused. "Actually, that's a lie, because I love to disappoint you and would love to continue doing so. Unfortunately, I've recently realized that I have to restore the standing of the ancient and noble House of Black so I can take over the wizarding world, thus ensuring my guardianship of my godson. So apparently you're going to get some of what you've always wanted." His mother's portrait stared back at him, speechless. "Yes," Sirius agreed understandingly. "I was shocked and horrified myself." Creature's ears perked up, and he straightened with a gleam in his oversized eyes. "You intend to restore the standing of the ancient and noble House of Black?" "I do, and as my mother well knows, I can perform the inheritance ritual here." He pointed at the elf. "This place is a mess and not in keeping with either our wealth or reputation. You will immediately begin cleaning and redecorating it, starting with the master bedroom and bathroom for my use. Dark artifacts are to be placed in a trunk for my inspection. Neutral colors will be used, and you will avoid the depressing Gothic horrors of my mother's tastes. I will be in the study." Creature snapped his fingers and popped off before Sirius could say anything more. Sirius gave a heavy sigh and turned to his right. He avoided the staircase leading up to the bedrooms, catching a glimpse of a wall decorated with the heads of house elves. They hadn't been there when he'd run away. His mother must have gone completely insane in her final years, he mused. The door to his right would lead to the formal dining room, the informal living room, and the summer room overlooking the garden. He barely glanced at the doors to his left, the reception room with its public flue and the formal parlour. Instead, he took the door at the end of the corridor. It opened up into a cosy library. The main library was at the country estate, but Sirius couldn't remember its location because of the death Fidelius. The knowledge would return to him when he had completed his inheritance ritual. He bypassed the shelves of books, noting he'd have to go through them and put the more dangerous away. The door to the study was to the right, and he entered the room with trepidation. For a moment he stood just inside the doorway. Creature must have raced to get to the room because it was devoid of the dust and decay in the rest of the house, even though the decor remained tired and familiar, the ornate wallpaper peeling at the edges. There was a roaring fire, casting warmth across the room, and the lamps had been lit. There was also a tea tray loaded with sandwiches and cake that Sirius hoped Creature had conjured and not made, given the state of the kitchen. Sirius breathed in the scent of the old leather chairs, the faint lingering scent of the tobacco his father had preferred. He remembered only too well the last time he'd been in the room. It had been the summer after his 5th year, and his father had asked him bluntly what his allegiances were. Sirius had told him that he would never bow down to Voldemort, that he would never take the Dark Mark, that he would stand beside the House of Potter in the war. His father had been surprisingly civil and agreeable. He had even suggested having someone on the other side of the war would help reduce the risk that the house would be decimated. After all, if the light won, then hopefully Sirius would be alive to continue the line. Sirius had politely agreed, and privately thought he would never be the head of house, despite his father spending years grooming him to be just that he would never want to be the head of house. The irony was bitter to swallow, Sirius thought with dry amusement. Old history, Sirius told himself briskly. He might never have intended returning, but he was there for Harry. He just had to remember that, and all else was tolerable. He sat down in his father's chair, his chair. He ate one of the waiting sandwiches as he reached down and rummaged in the top right drawer. He drew out a selection of wands, his father's, his mother's, and his great-grandfather's. He tested each as he finished the makeshift meal and drank the accompanying juice and water. He settled on his great-grandfather's wand of oak with a core of dragon scale. It was an acceptable match and would suffice until his name was cleared, and he could replace it. Sirius pulled out a small ritual bowl and dagger from the bottom drawer. Familius Magicus. He tapped the bowl with his wand, making the inside cloud up with swirling silver sparkles of magic. He slashed his palm without ceremony and let the blood drip into the bowl. I, Sirius Orion Black, claim by blood, by law, by magic, the House of Black. I swear to lead it with honor and fairness, to protect and shelter those who belong or ally to the House of Black by blood, by law, by magic, by oath, to deliver justice on those who break oath and trust with the House of Black. So have I sworn, so mote it be. The magic surged out of the bowl and surrounded him, a bright, cascading stream of silver that blanketed his core and tested his worthiness. He could barely breathe under the power of it. Magic steeped in blood and ritual, magic as black as his name, but he refused to bow to it. He was a black, and the magic was his to command, not the other way around. The magic left abruptly and settled before him in the cloudy shape of the house totem, a silver-hooded snake. It bowed to him solemnly and disappeared. It had worked. Sirius let out a shaky breath and pushed his hand through his wild hair. The strands tangled unexpectedly with a ring on his finger, and he drew his hand down to stare at the lordship ring, a black onyx stone stamped with a silver snake set in a platinum band. The ring had been called to his finger with the ritual. He'd worn the matching air ring once upon a time, and as his eyes fell to the desk, he saw it sitting in the bowl. He gave a sigh, picked up the air ring, and secured it in the wooden box on his father's desk, where the ring had traditionally been kept. A tap of his wand had the box locked, and only he would be able to open it. He got up and turned to the fireplace with its surround and mantle of stone. In the center of the mantelpiece, the black crest was carved in wondrous detail. It was also the keystone for the wards. Sirius pressed his still bloodied left palm onto it. He felt the wards shift to his control. Fidelius, Sirius said firmly. He felt the wards respond and knew his location was hidden completely with satisfaction. I, Sirius Orion Black, am named Secret Keeper. He focused again and shut down the flues with a thought. The portraits were put to sleep to prevent them from spying. He sat back down, exhausted. There wasn't much time left before the end of school, and there were 100 things he had to do in order to ensure Harry would be away from the Dursleys sooner rather than later. But in truth, all he wanted at that moment was a bed. Creature popped in beside him. He held out a folded piece of parchment and another ornate box. He looked nervous. Young Master Regulus ordered Creature to give these to you, but Mistress punished Creature when Creature told her of young Master Regulus's death and ordered him to stay in the house. Sirius took them with a frown. Lord Black's bedroom and bathroom are ready when you wish to retire. Creature popped away again. Sirius looked down at the box and parchment. He sighed and set the box on the desk, opening the parchment. Dear brother, I regret many things, but mostly I regret listening to our mother and not following your path. I broke faith in the House of Black by taking the mark of Voldemort, someone who I have realized is totally without honor, someone who would prefer to rule us all. He kills without regard for blood or for allegiance. I have seen pure-blood wizards in his service fall at his hand, and I have seen enough of the horrors he perpetrates to know I regret my decision to follow him. I write this with the knowledge that I go to betray him tonight. It is this mission I must tell you about. He created Horcruxes. He has used items of great value to do so, believing they will not be destroyed. He gave Hufflepuff's cup to Bella for safekeeping, a diary or journal of some sort to Lucius, and the location of Slytherin's locket to me. I do not believe these are the only ones. He prefers 7 as a number in rituals, so with the assumption the 7th fragment remains in his mortal body or on the mortal plane, there will be 3 others. He spoke of an old head of house ring, which I fear may be a 4th, and I believe another item of Ravenclaw's resides at Hogwarts, but as he only made an allusion, I could be wrong. That leaves one unaccounted for, brother. I know you have problems with basic arithmetic. These abominations will need to be destroyed before he can be defeated outright. Tonight I will retrieve the locket. I hope I return and tell you about this letter in person when I present the locket and my knowledge to you and ask for protection. If I don't return, Creature has orders to give this and hopefully the locket to you. I hope it helps the light. More importantly, I hope it helps you. I have not been the best brother, Sirius, but I go tonight hoping to restore my honor and do you proud. Regulus. The letter crumpled in his hand. Sirius closed his eyes, remembering his brother. Sirius had protected him from their mother all their childhood, but the year Sirius had gone to Hogwarts had been enough for her to turn Regulus against him. He sighed deeply, swamped with his own regret that Regulus hadn't lived to tell him in person that he'd seen the light, literally. But, bloody hell, Horcruxes. That was how Voldemort would rise again, and when he did, he'd come after Harry. Sirius was certain of it. It was just too much to think about after the day and night he'd had, finally having a chance to talk with Harry, facing Peter, reconciling with Moony, having to charge down Moony to save the kids. Having Harry save him from the Dementors, having Harry save him from being kissed, escaping, claiming the House of Black and setting the Fidelius charm. Tomorrow. He'd deal with it tomorrow, Sirius decided, locking up the box Creature had left, the one which presumably contained the locket with its fragment of Voldemort's soul in the desk. He went in search of his bed. Chapter 3. Initiating Operation. Pronglet 3. 3 days after his flight from Hogwarts, Sirius walked into the newly decorated and gleaming dining room for breakfast and immediately spotted the eye-catching phoenix perched on the back of his chair. A more nondescript brown owl he'd had Creature by, and whom he'd named Hooter, was also waiting for him and eyeing the phoenix as suspiciously as Sirius. The owl ward he'd reinforced would have turned away all but his own owls and Harry's Hedwig. He hadn't counted on meddling firebirds. He'd sent charmed notes to Harry and Remus the previous evening, saying nothing but variations of that he was safe somewhere sunny and that he would stay in touch. He didn't want Dumbledore to think he was still in Britain or alerted in any way to what Sirius had planned, because Sirius had a plan. He had written everything on a large blackboard in the study and annotated it with sketches of Prongs and Moony. It had been a method he'd used with major pranks at school and important missions when he'd been an Auror. It worked well for him. He had a large tick by the first step, assume the lordship of the House of Black, and had happily ticked off contact Harry and Remus's before going to bed. He just hoped the rest of the plan wasn't going to come to a screaming halt with the presence of Dumbledore's familiar. "You'd better hand it over then, Fawkes," Sirius said, resigned, sitting down. He savoured for a moment the feel of clean clothes. Regulus's cast-offs, freshly laundered by Creature, but he wasn't complaining, against his scrubbed skin, the knowledge of his newly cut shoulder-length hair and trimmed neat beard. He looked and felt human. Fawkes dropped the parchment he was carrying into Sirius's hand and gave a reassuring trill that made him think the bird was trying to tell him not to worry. "Sirius, thank you for the owl you sent to Harry. I've instructed him that I would reply using Fawkes in case the Ministry tries to track any correspondence." "That—" Fawkes trilled again. Sirius waved the letter at him. "Oh, I don't think he's just being careful, Fawkes. Who is he to tell my godson that he can't write to me?" He glowered. "He could have suggested that Harry write a note for you to carry." Fawkes tilted his head and bobbed it slightly, as though conceding the point. Sirius read the rest of the note aloud. "It was good to hear you have found somewhere to recover from your time in Azkaban. Take all the time you need, dear boy. I would ask you not to take risks for Harry's sake. He would be most upset if you were to be captured. Be assured that I will see to Harry's safety in your absence." He scowled. "Love and kisses, Albus." He glowered at Fawkes, who had trilled back at him admonishingly. Okay, so he didn't send me love and kisses, but Fawkes, this is full of doublespeak, and you know it. He gestured with the letter again. What he's actually saying is, stay away from Harry. You and I both know it. He sighed. Do you think that's what Harry wants? Of course, he had no true idea about what Harry would want. He hoped Harry's delight at the idea of living him had been real. Fawkes tilted his head and flew back to Sirius and nudged Sirius's chest with his head. Warmth filled Sirius, comforting him. Harry did want him in his life. The memory of Harry's smile when Sirius had made his offer for the teen to live with him filled his mind. Sirius breathed out and stroked Fawkes' plumage. Thank you for the reassurance, Fawkes. I needed that. His eyes narrowed on the bird. You agree with me, don't you, that Harry would be better away from the Muggles? Fawkes cooed brightly. So you won't be telling your nosy old wizard where I am? Sirius started to smile as Fawkes bobbed his head in agreement. Thank you, he said. He'd still look into adding a Phoenix ward, though. Maybe one that would allow Fawkes but banish any wizard he might be unexpectedly transporting. The Phoenix sent him another admonishing look, as though he'd read Sirius's mind and took flight. He disappeared in a show of flames. Hooter gave a squawk, reminding Sirius he was waiting. Sirius handed over some bacon as an apology and took the letter. It was blank. Sirius grinned and tapped it with his wand. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. Padfoot, I'm glad you're safe. I've returned to my home near Oxford as I resigned from Hogwarts. Snape managed to let slip about my furry problem and, well, we both know what would happen, so I left before Albus was placed in the unfortunate position of having to fire me. Truthfully, it is probably for the best. I was careless after all on the full moon, and I almost ended up hurting the children. It's certainly my fault that Peter got free. My only regret is that I won't be able to spend more time with Harry, but I'm reminded that it's a selfish desire when I think of all the time I've already spent with him and that you have been denied. Sirius snorted. He couldn't deny he'd felt jealous at the idea of Moony spending time with Harry, but he'd been relieved that at least Harry had Moony. Only he didn't anymore. Stupid Snivelus, he muttered under his breath. Talking of Harry, there are things I need to tell you. I know it's probably for the best that you don't tell anyone where you are, but, well, I've missed you, my friend, and I think our discussion will need to be face-to-face. Send word when you think it's safe for us to meet. Take care, Moony. Sirius felt his emotions surge and took a deep breath. He'd restarted his occlumency training the night before in order to regain some control of his mind and his emotional state. His thoughts were too inclined to drift, his moods to swing. He had to get some control over himself if he was going to look after Harry. Creature popped up beside him. Do you wish something different for breakfast, Lord Black? What? Sirius stared down at his uneaten food. No. I just hadn't started eating. Creature placed a nutrient potion beside the plate and disappeared. Sirius scrunched his face up in disgust, but drank down the potion. He needed it and the food he tucked into with gusto. The kitchen had been returned to immaculate condition, and he was enjoying Creature's cooking. In fact, the whole first floor of the house had been renovated since Sirius's arrival. Old decor and furnishings had been thrown out and replaced or revamped. Warm, neutral colours of browns, creams and gold pervaded. Red had been used as an accent, including the study, where the walls had been painted a warm maroon colour. Landscape paintings had remained, but all others had been placed in storage in the attic, including that of Phineas Nigellus Black. As a former headmaster of Hogwarts, the portrait could have spied on him for Dumbledore, and despite Creature stating that Phineas hadn't visited his portrait in Black Manor for years, Sirius wasn't taking any chances. His mother's sleeping portrait had been given to Creature as a reward. House elf magic, unsticking the damn thing from the wall. He had no intention of ever wakening her portrait ever again, nor seeking her advice, even if he could use someone other than Creature to talk to about his plan. His eyes fell on Remus's letter, Moony. Of course, he could ask Moony to come and stay with him, to help him. It was perfect. Remus would have a job and Sirius would have to be very careful about how he offered it, or Moony's pride would get in the way of him taking it. He finished his breakfast and sent a note to Remus with the second owl he'd purchased, a black, majestic and distinctive-looking bird bought for when he needed to send mail as Lord Black. He'd named it Reg in honor of his late brother. The note invited Remus for an interview that afternoon to be the steward of an ancient house that had just been claimed. Sirius had included details of the salary, duties and benefits, and the address. If Remus was interested, the letter would act as a portkey, delivering him to his interview. If he wished to decline, he could do so by reply. Sirius hoped Remus would accept. He had questions for his friend about Harry, about what had happened in the intervening years when Sirius had been in Azkaban, and he'd missed him too. The next few hours were torture. He had to distract himself with helping Creature cleanse the basement of dark magic. Sirius had no use for a potions lab or a torture cell, and they were turning the area instead into a combination gymnasium and dueling room. He needed to get his fitness back. But not before too long. Remus's scheduled arrival time was upon him, and Sirius made his way to the reception room. He'd swung from optimistic hope that Remus would accept his invitation to pessimistic certainty that he wouldn't, despite Reg returning without a reply. Remus arrived on time, landing with ease. His face broke into a wide smile at the sight of Sirius, and he dived across the room to sweep him into a hard hug. "Padfoot, I thought it might be you." Remus pulled back and grinned at him. "Moony." Sirius couldn't stop smiling. He hugged Remus again and let him go before he embarrassed himself and burst into tears of relief. "Well, as much as I'm sad there isn't a job, I'm delighted to see you," Remus said happily. "I can't believe you stayed in England." "I have plans," Sirius said tentatively, "and I'm afraid the job offer is real, Moony. He gestured vaguely to the newly painted crest on the wall, as though to point it out to Remus. "I might have claimed the lordship of the House of Black." Remus goggled at him. "Come with me and I'll explain everything," Sirius said, pulling Remus out of the room and to the study. Oh. Sirius leaned back in his chair and twirled his wand thoughtfully as Remus stared at the blackboard and then back at Dumbledore's letter on the desk in front of them. He'd been doing the same thing for 5 minutes, and Sirius couldn't quite stop himself from thinking it wasn't a good sign. Remus sighed and took a fortifying sip of tea. "Well, I can understand why you've gone this route, Padfoot." He tapped the ceramic mug he held. "Despite my own debt to Albus, I've spent most of this last year alternating between wanting to thank Albus for the opportunity to finally get to know Harry and wanting to hex him for keeping me out of his life to date." "How did that happen?" asked Sirius, curious to know what had occurred. His friend grimaced, but met his gaze. "As soon as I got the news, I came back from Romania just in time to attend the small funeral for James and Lily at Godric's Hollow." He forestalled Sirius's question by raising a hand and answering it. "Potter House, including the family cemetery there, must have gone immediately under a death fidelius, and obviously its location would have only been known to someone in the House of Potter. Like Sirius, who had been granted sanctuary in the House of Potter. I and the Longbottoms accosted Albus after the funeral, both about you and about Harry." He shook his head at the memories. "I wanted to visit both of you so I could hex you into a million pieces, and Harry so I could confirm he was safe and well. Albus informed me that you had already been sentenced to Azkaban." Sirius waved away the information. "What about Harry?" "Well, Albus confirmed that he had taken Harry to Lily's sister in the Muggle world, and she had assumed guardianship, that it was a done deal. Alice was furious, but Albus pointed out you were in prison. They had been under Fidelius, and he had no idea who their secret keeper was. Anyway, Frank said that was fine, but now that they were out of hiding, they would take guardianship of Harry as James and Lily had wanted." "And then they got attacked," Sirius murmured, trying to piece together the disparate information he'd managed to gather the previous year. "Actually, they were attacked 2 weeks later." Remus sighed heavily. "In that interim period, the Ministry demanded proof to overturn the guardianship of a blood relative. Well, the Longbottoms didn't have a copy of the will. The Potters' solicitors Arkham and Arkham claimed theirs had gone missing." He took a breath. I searched through your stuff at your old place since I had a key but couldn't find a copy there either. Gringotts claimed they couldn't open the Potter vaults without a Potter to retrieve the original. My copy of the will is in my vault, Sirius said quietly. Of course it is, Remus said. I surmised as much at the time. He paused. Frank and I had just agreed that the only thing for it was for him to negotiate with your grandfather to claim the vault under the House of Black and provide them with the will if it was there. But before he could, like you said, he and Alice were attacked. Sirius shook his head, thinking how everything had conspired to go horribly wrong for Harry's guardianship after the death of his parents. Anyway, with the Longbottoms incapacitated and Augusta dealing with one traumatized baby, the whole thing was dropped. I know James and Lily had probably made provisions for if both you and Alice were unavailable, and I toyed with asking your grandfather, but knew that unlike the Longbottoms, I had no political leverage to get him to give me the will, and I didn't want to give him the idea of, well, making a claim for Harry himself. Sirius nodded slowly. Wise, he would have done it. And you remember James and I used to joke that we were cousins? The relationship is a few times removed, but your grandfather would have run with it, and with you named as guardian in the will, it would have strengthened his claim. Remus took another sip of his drink. I dropped the idea of guardianship and went back to Albus to request access, which he refused, Sirius determined harshly, said the wards had been set to deter dark creatures, and regardless, he had promised that interaction with the wizarding world would be minimal until Harry was old enough to attend Hogwarts. And by minimal, Albus presumably meant to say non-existent, Sirius said caustically, already upset on Remus's behalf for the dark creature comment. I argued with him that he couldn't leave Harry there without any oversight at all. He argued that with the wards, he would know if Harry was attacked by Death Eaters. I argued that it wasn't good enough. He eventually conceded that perhaps someone placed locally to observe was a good idea. Remus's gaze darkened. Then he argued that it couldn't be me, as a young man interested in a small child would be suspected as a paedophile. Sirius growled. Remus's expression cleared, and he gave an appreciative smile. I know, Padfoot. I was upset too, but I had to concede the point. My interest in Harry would have been deemed unusual. At least you got him to put someone in to check on him. Fig, right? The batty old woman who used to come to the order meetings stinking of measles. I saw her when I went there after I escaped. Sirius felt his anger at Dumbledore stir again, felt his certainty that Harry wasn't safe at the Muggles grow. I never knew who it was. Remus took a calming breath. After my confrontation with Albus, I was still determined to find some way of being in Harry's life, but unfortunately a couple of days later, my father had a stroke and was hospitalized. My next few months were filled with trying to look after him, and my mother, who was distraught. He died early the next year, and my mother a few weeks later, from a broken heart, I think. I'm sorry, Remus, Sirius said softly. He'd liked Remus's parents. They had been good people. Remus nodded an acknowledgement. I was a mess. I'd lost too much of my pack all at once. By the time I came out of the depression, Harry was 6 years old. But you tried to see him, Sirius said firmly. Both of you, actually. Remus smiled at Sirius's surprise. The mind healer said it would be useful to lay my ghosts to rest, and I had so many questions, Padfoot, about why you'd done it. It didn't make any sense to me. I was very confused. Sirius sighed at another lost opportunity for him to have seen someone, to have told his story sooner. I'm guessing you didn't get permission? While I'd been wallowing in grief, there had been a backlash against werewolves, including a new restriction that stated that we were not permitted to visit inmates of Azkaban. Remus shrugged. I decided I had to leave you in the past, and I'm sorry about that. Sirius waved away the apology. And Harry? I decided to ask Petunia directly, and managed to track her down through Muggle means. I sent her a Muggle letter reminding her that I was a friend of Lily's and requesting to see Harry as he was of school age, and possibly was curious about his parents. I offered to help her explain magic and the wizarding world to him. He harumphed. She actually did write back very politely, telling me essentially to sod off. Harry was a normal child, and he was going to a normal school, and any questions he had about his parents she would answer. "Normal?" Sirius repeated. "Harry turned my hair pink at 3 months." "I know." Remus sipped his tea. "I was concerned and wrote to Albus, leaving out that I had already approached Petunia. I asked for an update on Harry and requested again to see him. Albus told you everything was hunky-dory." That was the gist. Remus gave a pained smile. He reminded me he had promised Petunia minimal interaction until Harry went to Hogwarts. He suggested that it was not wise for me to dwell on the past and to focus on the present. He was certain I would be reunited with Harry in good time. Sirius snorted. "I know," Remus agreed mildly. "I had started to conclude that Albus had no intention of letting me near Harry. Well, on bad days when I couldn't find work or got heckled for being a werewolf, it was me in particular, and on good days it was anyone." "You didn't give up," Sirius stated with a knowing smile. "I did for a while," Remus conceded. "I had to go abroad for work, but I wrote to Albus in the June before Harry turned 11. I offered to take him his Hogwarts letter, explain everything, and take him shopping in Diagon Alley." He took another sip of his tea. Again he refused. Only Hogwarts' staff could inform students. I found out who he did send this year while I was teaching there. You know who Albus got to do it? Sirius shook his head. He hoped it hadn't been Snape. "Hagrid. Hagrid," Sirius repeated numbly. He loved Hagrid, he did, but if he was asked to choose someone to send to introduce a child to the wizarding world, Hagrid would not have been on his list of candidates. Even Snape would have been better, and Harry would have needed a proper introduction by the sound of it. Like I said, hexing Albus has been on my list of things to do this year. Remus put the mug down finally. I wrote back to Albus once Harry began school, suggesting perhaps I could begin a correspondence with Harry. Again, the answer was no. Harry was just adjusting to his life in the wizarding world and his unique history. I tried writing to Harry directly anyway, and the owl returned just as it always did. Of course, half our world probably tried writing to him in his first year. Sirius frowned, concerned. It made sense for Harry to have had an owl refusal ward placed on him, but clearly exceptions could be made since Sirius's mail had made it to Harry. Then, out of the blue, Hagrid wrote to me. He was hoping to put together a photo album of James and Lily for Harry. Remus gestured. "I went through my albums and what I had taken from your place and sent them to him. I asked him to let Harry know I would be more than happy to spend time talking Harry through the pictures. Hagrid sent a thank you, but nothing more." Remus rubbed his forehead. "So once again, I waited until school started and wrote to Albus requesting politely to allow my owl through to Harry." "You are nothing if not persistent, Moony," Sirius commented dryly. "Others would have given up." "I had nothing to lose," Remus responded, "and I was hoping Albus had run out of excuses." "But Albus hadn't run out of excuses," Remus said dryly. It was another "please be patient" reply. I probably would have pushed it, but I lost my job a week or so later and had to go back to France for work. Sirius wondered if that had been Dumbledore's doing, but he shook the thought away. Surely even the old man wouldn't have gone to those lengths to deny Remus a place in Harry's life. Remus smiled, and it was not a happy smile, but rather a predatory one. "And then you escaped from Azkaban. And suddenly Albus needed you," Sirius concluded. He had suspected from his sneaky observations of Harry over the previous months as Padfoot that Remus hadn't been part of Harry's life prior to the school year, but he had hoped— Well, that explains a lot. "Oh, it doesn't stop there," Remus said. "As soon as he made his offer of employment, Albus said I must promise to let Harry come to me first and not to say anything about his parents until he asked, that it could be upsetting for Harry for me to bring up the topic." Sirius lurched to his feet, too upset to sit still. "You didn't promise, did you?" Remus held up a hand. "I promised with no real intention of keeping it. Once a marauder—" He let his voice trail away, but Sirius got the message. Remus had intended to find some way of circumventing Albus's wishes. But then I met Harry and I couldn't bring myself to tell him. "What?" Sirius snapped. I pretty much froze. Remus flushed with embarrassment. I'd been fighting so hard to see Harry that I lost sight of the fact that he wouldn't be the same cheeky chap who called me Mooey and demanded cuddles as soon as I walked in the door. Instead, there was this quiet, intense 13-year-old boy who didn't know me from Merlin, and I hadn't considered until I actually saw him. What if he doesn't like me? What if he finds out about my furry problem? And he stopped abruptly. Sirius paused in his pacing and threw himself into the second visitor's chair opposite Remus. He could understand Remus's position. He'd had his own moments of disorientation with Harry, of trying to reconcile the happy baby he'd loved so unconditionally with the teenage boy he was watching over, had talked to so very briefly, a teenage boy he didn't actually know, and who didn't know him. So you waited. Remus nodded unhappily. I realized that I should have just told him as soon as I introduced myself, and bugger my lack of courage and Albus's well-intentioned concern, he sighed. Because that's the thing, Padfoot. On the face of it, all of Albus's actions look like well-intentioned concern and a desire to protect Harry, especially when you consider Harry's role as the boy who lived. He paused again. Taken individually, none of Albus's actions are sinister. He circumvented the system and the will, Sirius pointed out. Yes, but did he know for certain the contents of the will? Do you remember if he was a witness? Remus responded. Sirius shook his head. He couldn't remember who had been the signed witnesses with any clarity. And without the will, taking Harry to Petunia was probably what the Wizarding Orphan Office would have done anyway, Remus continued. Petunia is Harry's closest living family. Add to that, Harry was probably safer in the Muggle world from the Death Eaters looking for revenge at the time, and I'm sure Albus keeping everybody else away from Harry was also meant to ensure that safety. He gave a small shrug. And, from some comments Albus let slip, I think he hoped Harry would have a normal upbringing, since our world had already given itself over to the boy who lived madness. Exactly how did that get started? Sirius asked. Nobody really knows what happened beyond the bare facts, and probably a combination of Hagrid and Peter. Remus interrupted. Hagrid was never the most discreet of the Order, and I rather suspect Peter, or rather Wormtail, was there that night. I think he saw what happened and told the tale to whoever he could as soon as he could to ensure attention was on Harry and away from himself. Damn it, Sirius snapped. If he was there when I was there, then he knew you would be searching for him. Remus smiled sadly. It explains why he managed to get the better of you. Sirius pushed the thought away and refocused on Harry. Okay, he said slowly, so we provisionally accept that Dumbledore placed Harry with the best of intentions. When he'd considered the matter alone, he'd reached that conclusion, but it was somewhat comforting to know Remus was in agreement. But it doesn't explain why he's missed the abuse since, Remus interrupted. Sirius stilled. You know that for certain? I ended up spending a great deal of time overseeing detentions for the Weasley twins, Fred and George, Remus began. Minerva kept giving them to me as revenge for our school days, I think, and what does this... You remember Ron is Harry's best friend, Remus interrupted. The twins are in Gryffindor and on the Quidditch team with Harry. They're very fond of him, consider him an honorary Weasley. Sirius's confusion dissipated. Remus folded his hands over his stomach. Last week, at the beginning of their detention, I made a comment that I was worried about the home life of a friend of theirs, and while I didn't want to put them in the position of breaking confidences, I would appreciate any information they could give me. He sighed. They immediately knew it was Harry and were very reluctant to talk, but once they began... They couldn't stop, Sirius finished. Remus's eyes flashed angrily. The summer after his first year, they found him locked in his room and barely fed. They recovered his trunk from a locked cupboard under the stairs, which had an old picture taped up saying Harry's room. They said that they didn't think Harry had received Christmas or birthday presents. They know his Muggle clothes are hand-me-downs. The rest, well, it's all speculative. Sirius grabbed the arms of the chair, his knuckles turning white. When I resigned, I tried to talk to Albus about what the twins had told me, and he didn't seem at all surprised, Remus said in a calm tone that belied the furious light in his eyes. He claimed that while, yes, Harry's relatives didn't provide the best care, the Dursleys continued to be the safest place for Harry. In my opinion, he's being willfully blind, not only to the mistreatment, but to the effect such mistreatment has on a child. Sirius raised his eyebrows at the very evident snarl in the words. Maybe we should drop this. Neither of us can afford to go after Muggles or Dumbledore with murder in mind. We're going to get Harry away from them, I swear. His friend stared at him for a long moment, but the heat in his eyes faded. I never thought I'd see the day Sirius Black advocated caution. Harry, Sirius said firmly, is more important than anything. I've learnt my lesson. Well said, Sirius. Remus reached over and patted his arm proudly. He hesitated momentarily until Sirius made a get-on-with-it gesture. I'm just wondering if you want me to tell you about Harry's first 2 years at Hogwarts. Of course, I want to know all about Harry, Sirius responded immediately. Why would Remus be so hesitant? He froze. Did something happen? Remus sighed heavily. I'm afraid you're not going to like this. Chapter 4. Initiating Operation Pronglet 4. Remember, said Remus once he'd gotten Sirius to calm down enough to continue, I got most of this from the twins and some follow-up conversations with my fellow professors. You'd better just tell me, Sirius said. It can't be much worse than what I'm imagining. Remus smirked. In Harry's first year, Albus hired Voldemort to teach defense of the dark arts. Sirius's mouth dropped open. He snapped it shut. He did what? To be fair to Albus, he hired a man called Quirrell. Voldemort just happened to be possessing him. And Dumbledore didn't know? Sirius asked, shocked. Creature popped in and delivered a tray with a bottle of fire whiskey and 2 tumblers. He disappeared again. Remus poured Sirius a drink and handed it to him before he poured himself one and retook his seat. We'll come back to that excellent question later, but let me explain properly. Sirius nodded reluctantly. The first story the twins told me was actually about Harry getting on the Quidditch team. Apparently, in their first flying lesson, Malfoy stole something of Neville Longbottom's and took off with it when Hooch was absent. Harry went after Malfoy, and when he tossed the item, Harry caught it. Harry has a very low tolerance for bullying. His old friend gave Sirius a pointed look, and Sirius had the grace to blush. I wouldn't call what we did bullying. It was pranking. Sirius muttered defensively. Pranking the whole school into being green for a day wasn't bullying, Remus agreed. Arguably hexing Severus constantly just because he and Lily were friends, and she wouldn't give James the time of day until our 6th year crossed the line. And I would very much advise that you confess to Harry. He'll respect you more for owning up than insisting that what you did wasn't bullying. Sirius nodded slowly, although he chafed at both the criticism and the advice. So, I saw Harry playing Quidditch, he said, changing the subject rather than arguing. He is brilliant. Remus's expression softened. He is, isn't he? And apparently Harry almost falling off his broom is a tradition. In his first game, Quirrell, or rather Voldemort, jinxed his broom trying to kill him. Harry had almost been killed by Voldemort in his first year. Sirius downed the fire whiskey and coughed violently when it hit the back of his throat. Hermione Granger thought it was Severus and set fire to his robes. Sirius almost choked on the laugh that bubbled up. If he hadn't already liked the young witch who had helped Harry save him, that piece of news certainly would have done the trick. And in doing so inadvertently stopped Quirrell Voldemort. Remus gulped down his fire whiskey. The twins then told me it wasn't the only time Harry tangled with him. Sirius reached over and poured them both another drink. For the record, this is worse than I was imagining. Well, the second tale is worse than the first, and it isn't even the last, Remus said, rubbing his forehead tiredly. Apparently, Hagrid got a dragon egg and it hatched. Harry and his friends got Charlie Weasley, who works at a dragon reserve, to come and take the dragon in a midnight smuggling expedition. Unfortunately, they got discovered, lost a tremendous number of house points, and had to serve detention. Minerva gave the detention to Filch, who got convinced by Hagrid to give it to him. No doubt it was Hagrid's way of trying to say sorry for getting them into trouble. Sirius waited for Remus to continue impatiently. He took them into the Forbidden Forest, ostensibly to search for an injured unicorn. Harry came across the wraith of Voldemort drinking unicorn blood, and ultimately had to be rescued by a centaur, Remus said. Sirius carefully downed his second drink. Well, at least we know he's actually still out there. Voldemort, I mean. Remus grimaced. That's not the end of it, Sirius. Harry and his friends worked out that Albus had hidden Flamel's infamous Philosopher's Stone in the school, and that Voldemort would be after it to get immortality. When they realized Dumbledore was off the grounds at the Ministry, they went to check on Albus's protections, realized they'd been breached, and went after the potential thief. Don't tell me. Sirius slumped back and closed his eyes. He was getting a headache. Harry and his friends got past all of the so-called traps, and Harry stopped him. The twins didn't know how Harry stopped him, because apparently Harry has never talked about it, and Hermione had stayed back to look after an injured Ron. What they do know is that at the end of it, Quirrell was gone. Dead, I suspect, given the possession. And Harry, he was in the infirmary for days. Sirius opened his eyes to see Remus downing his drink. So, to recap, my godson goes to Hogwarts, supposedly the safest wizarding place in Britain, and survives 3 encounters with Voldemort in 1 year. Not to mention Albus bloody hiring Voldemort and hiding an artifact in the school that was bound to attract him, Remus added tersely. It was a good point. It led to other good points, such as whether Albus Dumbledore had lost the plot entirely. You'd better tell me about Harry's second year before I decide to just down the whole bottle, Sirius said, topping them back up. Remus sighed heavily. Well, firstly, I believe it relates to one of the items on your blackboard. He pointed his wand at the section entitled Horcrux Hunt and Destroy and put a strike through one item. Harry has already dealt with the diary. Almost an hour later, Sirius finished listening to Remus telling the tale of Harry's rescue of Ginny Weasley and shook his head in disbelief. He took one deep breath after another, trying to get hold of his whirling emotions. His godson had almost died again. "Are you okay, Padfoot?" Remus asked. Sirius saw that he was regarding him with wary concern. He gestured vaguely at his friend. "I'm just trying not to freak out," Remus completed. "I think I hyperventilated for a good 10 minutes. "About which bit?" Sirius asked tersely. "The bit where Harry is a parcel mouth like Voldemort, or the bit where the whole school turns on him?" Although in the abstract, the twins' dubbing of Harry as a Dark Lord was slightly humorous. Or the bit where he almost gets eaten by Acromantula. Or the bit where he almost gets eaten by a bloody great basilisk, saving some idiotic girl who should know better than to write in a diary that talks back to you. Oh, and let's not forget battling with a soul remnant of old Voldepants himself, again. He was yelling by the end of it. Remus looked at him with raised eyebrows. Sirius took a deep breath and rubbed a hand over his eyes. "Sorry, Remus. It's just—" "No, your reaction pretty much mirrored mine after the twins finished telling me," Remus said with a smile. "I did, however, miss out the idiotic girl section, since the idiotic girl in question was a Weasley." "You always were the diplomat in the group," Sirius said, letting some of his anger drain away. The rest he refocused. "I can't believe Dumbledore wasn't aware of what was going on." "Ah, yes, it makes you wonder, doesn't it?" Remus said thoughtfully. "After all, as soon as Fred, or was it George anyway, as soon as one of them mentioned petrification, I immediately began thinking, what creatures can petrify another living being?" Sirius nodded briskly. The same thought had occurred to him during Remus's retelling. Not to mention that Slytherin is associated with a snake mascot, and since it was clear that the monster was hidden in Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. Remus sighed. "I got basilisk before the twins got to the spiders bit." "Well, you were also the most intelligent of us in the old days, Moony," Sirius joked. Remus smiled again, and they shared a moment of camaraderie, tinged with the sadness for all they had lost. "Anyway," Remus cleared his throat, "I did question Minerva and Pomona after my session with the twins, wanting to know why they hadn't discovered it was a basilisk earlier. Albus had told the staff apparently to focus on the students and their classes, that he had an investigation well in hand." Sirius lurched out of his chair. They believed him and made no effort to investigate on their own. Remus frowned. I don't believe Albus knew exactly where the chamber was or how to get into it, but I do think he knew that the monster was a basilisk, and that Voldemort must have possessed someone in his school again in order for the chamber to be opened. In some respects, I think Albus was truly doing his best to solve the problem, although I abhor his decision to continue as normal, putting the students' lives at risk. So do I think he set up another showdown between Voldemort and Harry? No. Sirius stopped pacing and faced Remus, realizing what he had implied. You think he deliberately set up the showdowns in Harry's first year? Remus picked up his discarded fire whiskey and sipped it. I've had more time to think about this than you, Padfoot. Sirius looked at Remus and recognized the look on his face all too well. I'm not going to like this either, am I? No, Remus said bluntly. Perhaps you should sit. Sirius glared at Remus but sat down again. Imagine for a moment that you're Albus. You know the common story of the boy who lived told to every child, that Voldemort attacked the Potters, James and Lily died but Harry didn't, that somehow the killing curse rebounded off Harry and killed Voldemort. You believe the story to be mostly true, but you don't know for certain how Harry survived the killing curse, although you have theories, and you don't know for certain that Voldemort is dead, although again you have theories. And if you have theories, you have to test them, Sirius mused. Exactly, Remus pointed at Sirius. 10 points to Gryffindor. So let's assume Albus keeps his ear to the ground and becomes convinced that Voldemort is out there in a wraith form but trying to find a body. The whole Philosopher's Stone thing was a trap to establish whether Voldemort was alive or not, wasn't it? Sirius put things together quickly. Maybe it wasn't even the real stone. I doubt it was, and I'm fairly certain the protections were more for show than anything else since, with respect to Harry and his friends, they were first years and able to overcome them, Remus said. No, I think Albus's plan was fairly simple. Bait a trap for Voldemort and see if he showed. Only he used both the stone and Harry as bait. Sirius felt his anger stirring again. Yes, Albus used Harry as bait, Remus agreed softly. After all, why else would he wait until Harry was at the school before setting the trap? Sirius shivered, chilled by the thought. Remus gave a huff. I'm sure that Albus never anticipated Harry trying to protect the stone from Voldemort directly, but I think he knew that there was a possibility that Voldemort would attack Harry if there was an opportunity, and if it happened, it would allow him to assess his theories about Harry. Sirius surged to his feet again. Sit, Padfoot, Remus ordered crisply. I'm certain that Albus believed the risk was minimal. Voldemort certainly couldn't attack Harry too overtly without drawing attention. But if an encounter between them occurred, he sighed. I'm sure Albus thought in his arrogance that he had the advantage and would be there to step in before anything serious happened. And quite honestly, it isn't just Harry he risked. He placed an entire school full of children at risk with this scheme, especially when you consider that Voldemort possessed a teacher. Do you think Albus knew it was Quirrell? Sirius asked, throwing himself back in his chair. Remus shrugged. I find it hard to believe that he didn't suspect, but I think Albus got too caught up in his grand plan. He wanted to catch Voldemort red-handed trying to get to the stone, fake or real. And because of that, Harry almost ended up dead, Sirius muttered darkly. True. And it brings us on to Albus testing theories about Harry and how he survived the killing curse, Remus said. There are 3 which I'm sure Albus has considered. 1, Harry was able to reflect the killing curse under his own power, probably accidentally in self-defense. 2, Lily did something just before she died to protect Harry. 3, it was a combination of both. I'm going to say for the record that I'm not happy Albus tested Harry, Sirius stated indignantly. He had no right. I agree, Remus said soothingly. But intellectually I can appreciate Albus's curiosity. Aren't you curious? I'm just happy he survived, Remus, Sirius said firmly. Bollocks to how. And there speaks the Gryffindor, Remus complained. Honestly, if you can work out how Harry survived the killing curse, then what can you do with the information? Apply it to others, if possible, Sirius replied promptly. Okay, Okay, I see your point. So what did Albus conclude from his testing? I don't know, Remus admitted, but personally I think Albus ruled out number one fairly quickly after Harry's arrival at school. Sirius frowned. Why? Harry is a powerful wizard. He was doing magic as a baby. He has a corporeal Patronus at 13, Moony. Maybe, but Dada aside, he's a solid if unremarkable student for the most part, Remus asserted. Some of that, I think, is the company he keeps. Ron is very average and Hermione is too good. You think he's deliberately placing himself so his friends don't get jealous? I'm not sure it's deliberate per se, but yes, I would also say, having worked one-to-one with him, that some of his power might be suppressed. Remus sighed. Probably because of the Muggles. If he learned as a child that magic was bad and doing odd things was bad, then... Sirius waved a hand to indicate he'd gotten the point. So, you think Albus took a look at his grades and ruled out Harry himself as being the cause of his survival? You think Albus decided Lily had done something? I do. Remus coughed and looked slightly abashed. And I know she did. You know how what? What did she do? Sirius demanded, leaning forward. I don't know exactly, Remus qualified, but she wrote to me just before I left for my last mission, asking my advice on something she had found in an old runes book covering witch magic. It was a protection spell. It required the blood of the child and the blood of the mother to arm, and the mother's sacrifice of her own life in protection of the child to activate. It creates, for want of a better explanation, a protective blood ward around the child attached to its very skin. The one who killed the mother would never be able to touch the child without penalty. Sirius stared at Remus, shocked. Merlin, Remus, that sounds like borderline dark magic. That's what I wrote back to her. I told her it wasn't illegal, as it wasn't on the list of banned magic, but it wouldn't go down well if she used her own child's blood in a spell outside of familial magic. Remus rubbed a hand through his hair. There were specific conditions that had to be met regarding the sacrifice too. In particular, the attacker had to kill her in order to specifically get to the child. It was a long shot. Lily wrote back telling me that she would do everything she could to protect Harry. That was the last letter I received from her. Wait, Sirius said. You said that the attacker Voldemort would have to kill her because she needed to be removed to get to Harry specifically? Remus's eyes widened, realizing the implication immediately. You think... Well, it makes sense if the spell worked, but Voldemort was after Harry? Did they ever tell you why they went into hiding, Moony? Sirius asked. James just told me that Dumbledore had received some information and they thought it was a good idea. They told me the same thing, but Remus tapped his fingers on the arm of the chair. The Longbottoms went into hiding at the same time, didn't they? Because of the same intelligence? Neville was born around the same time as Harry. But why would Voldemort target the children unless... He stopped abruptly as the pieces of the puzzle slid together suddenly. What if there was a bloody prophecy? I know who could probably answer that, Sirius said dryly. Not that he will. No, if Albus thought there was a prophecy, he'd keep it close to his vest. Remus growled angrily. Kreacher popped back in with a tray of food for dinner, and they both fell silent, lost in their own thoughts, as they focused on the meal. Okay, Sirius said, pushing his plate away and reaching for the pumpkin juice. So let's recap what we know. Remus nodded. James and Lily went into hiding because of information that Albus provided to them. We assume this is a prophecy probably concerning Harry. He pointed his wand at the plan on the blackboard and added an item, check with the Dom whether a prophecy for Harry is registered. Peter rats them out and Voldemort tries to kill... Sirius swallowed against the hard lump in his throat. Tries to kill Harry, but Lily protects him with this old blood protection spell. Voldemort is defeated but not killed. I don't think it was the blood protection alone, Remus corrected. I think the curse hit the ward, and while it couldn't stop it, it slowed it down enough that it gave Harry time to reflect it back at Voldemort. The scar is where the curse effectively came into contact with the protection. Otherwise, it shouldn't have left a mark. I thought you said Dumbledore ruled out Harry's power as a cause, Sirius asked, confused. I'm sure Albus did, Remus stressed. I, on the other hand, take into account that Harry showed signs of being a very powerful wizard before that moment, and I take into account that he's likely repressed his power, since in order to live with the Muggles without further incurring their wrath. Of the 3 theories on why Harry survived the killing curse, I plump for the last, that a combination of Lily and Harry enabled it. Well, I would never bet against you, so... Sirius waved his hand majestically at Remus. Moving on, I stupidly give up Harry to Hagrid, get framed by the rat and hoisted off to Azkaban. And Albus places Harry with his aunt, his closest living relative. Remus shuddered. And the closest blood relative, Sirius added thoughtfully. You know Lily placed blood wards on her sister's Muggle house, said after the attack on her parents that she wasn't taking any chances with what little family she had left, whether her sister wanted the protection or not. Really? Remus blinked. You're thinking something which is usually not a good thing. He prompted when Sirius remained silent. What if Dumbledore examined Harry and realized there was a protection based on blood surrounding him and got the wrong idea? Sirius posited. What if he assumed the blood wards around Petunia's house had been placed there for Harry in case something happened to Lily, an extension of the protection she'd already placed on him? Magically, it would work, Remus said, turning over the idea in his head. Lily's blood in both wards, both protective in nature, possibly Harry residing within the house enabled the blood ward around it to be maintained, otherwise it would have needed Lily renewing the protection every year. It's entirely possible that the Dursley house is the safest place for Harry from a magical perspective. Well, bugger that, Sirius said forcefully. It obviously isn't the safest place for Harry from every other perspective. Agreed, Remus said. He narrowed his eyes as Sirius pointed his wand at the blackboard. Review wards appeared. Sirius got to his feet, restless again. Where were we on our recap? Albus placed Harry with Petunia, and left him in exile in the Muggle world for 10 long years. Sirius shook his head. I don't think I'm going to forgive him for that. I'm not sure I'm in a mood to forgive him either, Remus muttered. He pushed himself out of the chair and walked over to the blackboard. Harry turns 11, gets his Hogwarts letter, and Hagrid reintroduces him to the wizarding world. Badly. Quite, Remus said. He added a section to the plan entitled Education and wrote another item to the growing list. Teach Harry wizarding culture, etiquette, and his heritage. He cleared his throat. Harry goes to Hogwarts where Albus tests him to find out more about how Harry survived the killing curse, and wrongly assumes it is down to Lily's protection rather than any outstanding ability on Harry's part. Another item appeared under Protecting Harry. Research Lily's spell. Harry defeats Voldemort again, Sirius added, and Dumbledore gets his proof that Voldemort is alive in some form. He walked up and tapped the Horcrux section. And we know why. Although probably at that point in the timeline, Albus doesn't, as there are a number of dark rituals that could have anchored Voldemort to this plane, Remus murmured. No, Albus doesn't find out until Harry's second year when Harry destroys the diary Horcrux. He sighed. It's possible Albus is out searching for others. Sirius shrugged. If he is, he's not made much progress. I have the benefit of Reg's note, so have an idea of the number. I have the Locket Horcrux and can get my hands on the Cup one if I seize the Lestrange vault. We'll need help to find out how to dispose of them and track down the 3 missing ones, but I'll be damned if I'm going to Dumbledore. You don't know how to dispose of them? I know how to create a Horcrux. That was part of the advanced section in Dark Arts my father made me learn, but disposing of them, no. I guess I can ask Harry how he did it. The Unspeakables might know, Remus offered. You have Conquer the Ministry under your Take Over the World section. It wouldn't hurt to use them, nor the DMLE come to that. They should be informed that Voldemort is still a viable threat, and I suspect Albus hasn't said anything to them. Let's come back to that, Sirius said briskly, twirling his wand. Okay, so after Harry's second year, Albus knows how Voldemort stayed alive-ish. Then I realize Peter is at Hogwarts, and well, we know what happened next. I ended up having to be rescued by Harry and escaping on a hippogriff. Remus patted his shoulder. "But you've stayed, Sirius. You haven't allowed Albus to run you off again." He pointed at the blackboard. "This needs some work, but it's a solid plan to get Harry away from the Dursleys and try to protect him in the future." He turned to his friend, determination shining in his eyes. "I'm not going to let Albus run me off either. Whatever you need, Padfoot, I'm in." Part 2. Securing Guardianship of Pronglet, the Fudge Prank, June 20th, 1994. "Brian," Cornelius Fudge greeted the solicitor warmly. "It's good to see you again." "It's good to see you too, Cornelius." Brian Cutter clasped Cornelius's outstretched hand and shook it firmly. They had attended Hogwarts together and had been dorm mates, if not close friends. He knew in part it was their old relationship which had helped Brian finesse getting an appointment with Cornelius so quickly. His eyes glanced towards the witch standing next to Cornelius in mute query as to why she was in attendance. "Oh, this is Dolores Umbridge, my senior undersecretary. Dolores, I'm sure you remember Brian of Cutter, Glock and Baron." Cornelius introduced them absently, waving a hand as they made the necessary handshake. "Of course," Dolores simpered, "although I must say I am surprised at the request to see our good minister so urgently." Brian smiled at her. "It's good to meet you, Madam Umbridge. I've heard many things from associates about your work at the ministry." It was the tone that flattered, not the content, and Brian only just stopped himself from smiling as Dolores blushed coquettishly. "However," Brian continued, "I'm afraid this is a matter of some delicacy, and I'm sure you will understand that I need to speak with the minister alone." The brief flicker of anger across that passed over her features indicated otherwise, and she looked at the minister, obviously expecting him to request her presence. "It's fine, Dolores." Cornelius made a shooing motion at her towards the door. "I'll speak with you later, if there is a need." Dolores gave a sharp, unhappy nod. She mouthed words of farewell to Brian and made her exit. Cornelius sighed. "My apologies, Brian. She seems to think I can't function without her, and truthfully she is very useful." Brian raised his wand. "Do you mind if I secure the area?" Cornelius raised an eyebrow. "My office is one of the most secure places in Britain, Brian." "This is a matter of some delicacy," Cornelius finished. "Very well." Brian quickly set up the strongest privacy ward he could that would also render any listening or visual spying spells or artifacts useless. He took the seat Cornelius offered and declined an offer of refreshment. Instead, he opened his briefcase and pulled out a single piece of parchment. Cornelius accepted it with a frown and began reading. "Mr. Cutter, I wish to retain your representation in the matter of Sirius Black. Upon recently taking up the lordship of the House of Black, I was disturbed by his escape from Azkaban and more recently Hogwarts. Upon further investigation, I have been more deeply disturbed at irregularities in his initial imprisonment. I now understand that there is a kiss-on-sight order, which, if my concerns are warranted, would mean a serious miscarriage of justice, and one which would displease me greatly if proven valid. To that end, I authorize you to approach the ministry on my behalf to request a special investigation, so this matter may be resolved to my satisfaction, either in clearing Sirius Black or placing him back into custody. Funds will be made available to the ministry from the Black Vaults if they do not have sufficient leeway in their current budget. Yours faithfully, Lord Black." Brian watched as Cornelius set the paper down carefully on his desk. "There is a new Lord Black?" Cornelius asked. "Yes," Brian confirmed. "The letters I have received have carried the legal seal of the house. Gringotts have confirmed payment of our retainer from the Black Vaults." "I'm surprised," Cornelius said grumpily. "It was thought that the title would go to Lucius Malfoy's heir upon his coming of age." "It is possible the Malfoy heir could have claimed when he was old enough, but there are others already of age in lesser-known lines who would have equal magical claim as they descend from daughters of the house, just as the Malfoy boy does. It has never been publicly known who the last Lord Black named legal heir," Brian informed him smoothly. Cornelius made an unhappy noise. From our correspondence, I've ascertained that our client is abroad presently and wants this matter of Sirius Black cleared up before he arrives in England and presents himself to the Wizengamot. His client had agreed to allow that much about his identity to be shared, and Brian didn't question his caution. Not surprisingly, when you think about it, as Sirius himself is probably still the rightful blood heir, as he is the issue of the primary male line. "I'm not sure there's anything to be cleared up," Cornelius argued, sitting back in his chair. "Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban and is a dangerous criminal responsible for the deaths of the Potters, the hero Pettigrew, and those muggles. Everybody knows that, and I am certain Lucius will challenge, on behalf of his son, this new Lord Black's claim to the house." There was a stubborn cast to his expression that Brian knew well from their school days. Brian figured he knew what the problem was. Lucius Malfoy had planned on gaining the House of Black's prestige and wealth for his son, and undoubtedly had influenced Cornelius into a hardline position on Sirius, who was the blood heir. "Lucius can't challenge on Draco's behalf, Cornelius," Brian murmured calmly. "He has no legal or magical basis to do so, as the Black family magic has clearly accepted someone else. I can't see the Wizengamot allowing a challenge against family magic to be heard. It would create too much of a precedent. Additionally, Lord Black outranks Lucius. The Malfoys married into the Black family, and so Lord Black has primacy under their marriage contract. Lucius will need to respect Lord Black's dictates, including those about Sirius Black." Cornelius assimilated that news with pursed his lips. Brian also knew the new Lord Black's political agenda could be guessed somewhat from Brian's appointment as his representation. Cutter, Glock, and Baron generally represented neutral wizarding families. He could almost see Cornelius draw the correct conclusion that Lucius Malfoy was about to be neutered and removed as a person of influence in the political landscape, that the extreme pro-pureblood agenda Malfoy espoused was about to be challenged. He had a feeling that Cornelius would see the way the wind was blowing and do the expedient thing, support the more powerful Lord Black. "I assume Lucius has been informed there is a new Lord Black?" Cornelius inquired. "Ah," Brian thought, pleased. Cornelius was trying to establish when he could go against Malfoy's wishes and side with Black openly. "Family members were to be notified today, and I understand that there will be a family meeting once Lord Black returns to England," Brian said. "As I've said, I believe that Lord Black wants this matter of Sirius Black cleared up by then so that he can take his position publicly without having to comment on a situation he feels is ambiguous." He gestured expansively. "He can't make a statement supportive of the ministry if he believes there is a potential miscarriage of justice in play." Cornelius hummed and sat back contemplatively. "There were questions raised when Black was captured at Hogwarts. I dismissed them at the time because it seemed so unlikely that he could be innocent, and the comments were made by children who had just undergone something of a traumatic event with a werewolf and a few dementors." He peered at Brian. "Lord Black mentioned irregularities with the initial conviction?" Brian hid his smile as Cornelius effectively asked to be given an excuse to open up an investigation. "I examined the official records. There's an arrest sheet and some witness statements taken at the scene of the explosion, the evidence of Pettigrew's finger. The witness statements confirm Pettigrew shouted something accusatory at Black about the Potters, and then there was a blast near to Pettigrew. Black's wand was taken from him, but it was never examined. The arresting Aura Moody noted Black appeared to be in severe shock, with emotional mood swings ranging from hysterical laughter to, and I quote, agonized weeping. He did note Black had been overheard to mutter, "It's my fault," in his hysterical state, but Moody also explicitly stated that it couldn't be deemed a confession, as Black was in no condition to understand his legal rights. He took a moment to pause dramatically. "The only other item in that file, Cornelius, is an order from Crouch, countersigned by Bagnold, to transport Black to Azkaban. No charges were actually filed, no medical treatment was given, no interrogation record exists. I can't find a trial transcript, and there is no record on the court register of a trial taking place even." "He wasn't questioned or given a trial?" Cornelius looked suitably shocked. "It appears not," Brian said solemnly. "Lord Black's concerns seem warranted." Cornelius huffed, clasping his hands over his corpulent stomach. "I had no idea." "Why would you?" Brian demurred. "It's the previous administration who is at fault." Cornelius's eyes lit up. "Indeed, the previous administration." Brian knew he'd taken the bait. He brushed the front of his robes in an absent-minded gesture that was anything but. "Far be it for me to advise you on the way forward, old friend, but— No, I shouldn't. Please, Brian, if you can help me find a way through this difficult matter, I would be grateful," Cornelius said. "I would hand this to Amelia Bones. She is in charge of the DMLE, and the situation with Black is under her jurisdiction and the Aura office," Brian suggested calmly. "Tell her about your discovery of the irregularities in the original case and to verify the claims the children made at Hogwarts. Say nothing publicly or to anyone else until she has completed her investigation and come to a conclusion. In the meanwhile, I will inform Lord Black you are moving forward with an investigation as he has requested." Cornelius blew out a long breath and nodded. He tapped an inter-office communications mirror on his desk and looked meaningfully at Brian, who hastily took down the privacy ward. "Amelia, can you come to my office immediately, please?" "Of course, Minister," Amelia replied briskly. Brian replaced the privacy ward as Cornelius tapped the mirror closed. "One more thing, Cornelius, I feel I should alert you to in regards to Lord Black." Cornelius nodded eagerly for him to continue. "He has taken control of Sirius Black's vault and has a copy of the Potter's last will and testament. Sirius Black is listed as Harry Potter's guardian in the event of their deaths, should Frank and Alice Longbottom be unable to assume guardianship," Brian said crisply. "I've been instructed to prepare guardianship papers." He looked at Cornelius. "He believes, as I do, that Albus Dumbledore, who organized the current guardianship situation for the Potter boy, will seek to block any attempt to challenge it. In Brian's opinion, the sooner they got Harry Potter away from his Muggle relatives, the better. He had met with Petunia Dursley the day before, and her willingness to sign away her rights to the boy on the promise of a bit of gold and a new house was alarming. Cornelius's eyes sharpened. Any guardianship claim would be judged on its own merits. Personally, I've never been happy that the boy was placed with Muggles. You know, there was an incident last summer that caused him to run away." Brian was about to reply when there was a rap on the door, and Amelia entered with sharp, efficient grace that spoke of her aura training. "You wished to see me, Cornelius?" Her dark eyes landed on Brian. "Brian!" "Amelia." Brian stood and took her hand in his, placing a kiss against her knuckles. "Always a pleasure, but I'm afraid I am here on business." Cornelius waved Amelia into the second visitor's chair and handed her the letter from Lord Black. She took it and read it through her monocle. She glanced at Brian and back to Cornelius. "Well, a new Lord Black will certainly put the cat among the pigeons. What are the irregularities to which he refers?" "Sirius Black never received a trial," Brian informed her. "Indeed," Cornelius said, "which is most troubling." He clasped his hands together and looked at her sharply. "You see the problem?" She pressed her lips together. "You're going to acquiesce to a full investigation?" "Yes, under your personal jurisdiction, given the sensitivity, Amelia." Cornelius cleared his throat. "When Black was captured at Hogwarts, Harry Potter claimed Black was innocent and Peter Pettigrew was alive. Obviously, I didn't take him seriously at the time because, well, I believed he'd been traumatized by Dementors and a werewolf and confounded by Black because everybody knows Pettigrew died and Black was his killer. However, now that I understand there wasn't a trial, I'm forced to reconsider whether Potter was telling the truth." "I see," Amelia said mildly. "I rather wish you had informed me, or the Aura office while school was in session. Hogwarts broke up for summer last week. Potter's probably back with his Muggle relatives, and I can't see Albus Dumbledore giving up the address." "Perhaps there were other witnesses present?" Brian asked smoothly. He didn't want to reveal his own knowledge. Cornelius clapped his hands and pointed at Amelia. "The werewolf? And some other Professor Snoop?" "Severus Snape and Remus Lupin," Amelia noted. My niece was most upset that Lupin had resigned from the school, said he was the best teacher they've had for Dada. There was also a boy and a girl with Potter, friends of his, Cornelius added. I'm afraid I don't remember their names, although the boy had bright red hair. That would be a Weasley then. Susan should be able to say which, as she's in the same year, Amelia said. I'll pull the original Sirius Black file and get started immediately. She handed the parchment back to Brian. Perhaps, Minister, we could rescind the kiss on sight order in the meantime. If Black is potentially innocent, we can't be seen to have executed him without a trial. Cornelius nodded. A wise precaution, Amelia. Get it done immediately. He leaned forward. Amelia, if possible, I'd like this done without involving Albus. He seems to overreact to anything to do with the Potter boy, and there seems some evidence that the House of Black could challenge for guardianship of Potter according to the terms of the Potter's will. Amelia sneaked another look at Brian. Brian nodded. Sirius Black was named as a potential guardian in the event of the Potters' deaths. Frank and Alice Longbottom were first, which at the time must have made sense. They were married and settled with a baby of their own, unlike Black, but now... Indeed, Cornelius said sympathetically, they're hardly able to take Potter. But if the new Lord Black is suitable, we would have to take a claim seriously. I understand, Amelia said dryly, rising to her feet. I'll be discreet. Reports to myself only, Amelia. Cornelius waited until she was out of the door before he turned to Brian, who had stood at the same time as Amelia. I'll update you as soon as I receive news. Please convey my apologies to Lord Black for the irregularities and thank him for bringing them to my attention. Brian shook hands with Cornelius. I will, Cornelius, and thank you for your time and your efforts to resolve this. Should I arrange for the funds to be transferred? Cornelius smiled. A donation to assist would be appreciated. Brian left the ministry smiling. Lord Black was going to be a happy man. Reg swept into the dining room, did a fly over Remus and landed next to Sirius. Sirius swiped his hand on a napkin and took the dangling letter. Lord Black, Fudge has taken the bait. Brian. Short, succinct and good news. Sirius passed the parchment to a tired-looking Remus. Do you think Brian knows you're Lord Black? Remus asked worriedly. He poked at the fish on his plate uninterestedly. Probably, Sirius demurred, but he won't ask to give himself plausible deniability. He grinned. I'm sure Fudge is clueless. Thankfully, Remus agreed dryly. Creature popped in and slapped a letter beside the werewolf before popping out again. Good, the Gringotts mail diversion service is working, Remus said with relief. All other owls except Hooter, Reg and Hedwig would get diverted to Gringotts, who alerted Creature to collect the letters. He opened the parchment and nodded at Sirius. I'm to present myself to Madame Bones to give a statement about the events at Hogwarts concerning Sirius Black. He tilted his head. Tomorrow. She doesn't waste time. Good, Sirius said, because I've lost too much of it already. Chapter 6, Securing Guardianship of Pronglet II. Amelia frowned at the diagram on the parchment in front of her, the Unspeakable's mock-up of the street and explosion that Sirius Black has supposedly caused. The Unspeakable had noted that the spell Black had used would have had to travel through Pettigrew to impact directly behind him. Of course, perhaps the spell had been overpowered, obliterated Pettigrew, although the lack of physical evidence of his demise beyond a finger and a bloodied robe was bemusing, and then struck. But the angles were wrong. The impact suggested the spell had been shot from directly above. Unfortunately, there was also the small problem that Black's wand, which Amelia had retrieved from evidence storage, showed only a stunner, some disillusionment and stealth spells, which made sense if he was hiding from auras, and an infant healing charm, which she assumed he had used on the Potter child. According to his wand, Black hadn't blown anything up. Nothing added up, but especially that healing spell. The assumption in the statements was that Black had betrayed the Potters, leading Voldemort to them, only for Rubeus Hagrid to thwart Black's attempt to finish off the baby. Everyone assumed Black had panicked and given up the baby to Hagrid to make his escape, although, contrarily, he had also given up his best mode of transportation at the same time. But if Black had healed the baby, if his intent hadn't been to harm the child... A knock on the door had her placing the parchment back into the file and calling for her first witness to enter. Alistair Moody limped into her office. His scarred face creased happily as he grinned at her while his magical eye examined the room for hidden dangers. Amelia. Alistair, how are you? Enjoying retirement? Amelia shook hands with her old mentor and waved him into a seat. Albus has asked me to teach next year. Alistair snorted, sitting down with a thump. He pointed at her badly hidden wince. I did the same thing. Who wants to teach a school full of kids? Although I'm sure you'd be good for them, Alistair, Amelia said with sincerity. Moody had been their best aura instructor. Told Albus he was an idiot, Alistair said brusquely. Speaking of Albus, Alistair, Amelia said bluntly, the rest of this conversation is subject to your aura oath. He's not to be told about any of it, and if I find that he knows something and he picked it out of your head, I'll have your head on a pike. Understood, Alistair said, his good eye gleaming with curiosity. You're reinvestigating Black? He pointed at the file. She blew out a breath and nodded. He didn't receive a trial, Alastair. Officially, I'm building the case for when we recapture him. Alastair's eyebrows rose. Well, that explains why you rescinded the kiss on sight. He shifted position slightly. And unofficially? Unofficially, it's beginning to look as though a giant cock-up was made, Amelia said simply. Most of the evidence of his guilt seems to consist of, because we know he did it, hearsay. He took a moment and sighed. So I assume you want my take as lead aura at his capture? Please. Amelia set up a diction quill and waved her wand to initiate it. On October 31st, 1981, the Aura's office received a communication from Albus Dumbledore that James and Lily Potter had died in a confrontation with Voldemort. Their baby, Harry Potter, had somehow survived and Voldemort himself was dead. Black had arrived at the scene afterwards, but found Rubeus Hagrid had already taken custody of the baby on Albus's orders. Hagrid left Black there, Black loaning him the use of his motorbike. At the time of Albus's communication, the baby was at Hogwarts receiving medical treatment, while Albus sorted out a safe place for him. He'd sent Minerva McGonagall to do a recce of some muggle house. Alistair recounted the events briskly. I knew the Potters had gone under a Fidelius charm and believed as Albus did that Black was the secret keeper for the Potters and must have betrayed them. Albus confirmed the Fidelius was down, so I took a team to Godric's Hollow and established that the bare facts, as had been reported to us, seemed to be in order. I left men securing the bodies and house from scavengers and gawkers, while another team of us, including a team of hit wizards from Black's own department, picked up Black's apparition trail. Amelia nodded. And then? The trail was a funny one, Alastair said. Black was muddying his own trail enough to delay us, but not to throw us off course. The techniques he was using are typical in hit wizard undercover work, where it has to appear the undercover is covering up his trail, but in truth they're leaving enough for us to follow. And he wasn't making for the continent, which would have been the obvious exit route for him. He sighed. When we finally caught up with Black, Pettigrew was a finger. The street was filled with dead muggles, and Black was on his knees, laughing hysterically. We arrested him, took his wand and put him in a cell. He was too out of it for questioning. Crouch refused to send for a healer. You noted Black was suffering from shock? Amelia queried. And concussion, bruising and a variety of cuts and scrapes. He had a lump the size of a grapefruit on his head. I healed what I could, but he was hysterical, laughing one minute, weeping the next. Alistair stated tersely. I went home, came back the next morning and found he'd been transported to Azkaban overnight on Crouch's order. I wrote up my report and Crouch had me back out hunting Death Eaters again before the end of the day. You remember those days, Amelia? The department was chaos. I admit I forgot about Black, and I just assumed he'd had his day in court at some point, been found guilty and thrown back to Azkaban. I think that was everyone's assumption. Amelia tapped her fingers impatiently on the file. In hindsight, Alastair, what are your thoughts? It never made sense to me that Black betrayed the Potters. Alastair answered after a long silence. James Potter and Sirius Black were brilliant as partners through the hit wizard boot camp training we did back then. The idea that one would betray the other was inconceivable. When Black muttered that it was his fault during his arrest, it sounded to me like he was taking responsibility for a plan that had gone wrong. I'd heard him say the same thing in the same tone when we lost a man on a mission he'd led. Black was a brilliant hit wizard. Amelia remembered. She hadn't known him well. She'd been a senior aura with her own team and missions, but the scuttlebutt about him and Potter had been impressive. "He was bloody brilliant," Alistair stated bluntly, "and his takedown rate was exceptional." He stabbed her desk with a finger. If anyone had asked me who was the least likely to be a Death Eater, my answer would have been Black. He took out far too many of them to be one of them. The way he killed Pettigrew didn't make any sense because Black was skilled enough to make it a clean hit without blowing up the street. He sighed. My immediate theory for Black's betrayal was the Imperius. That once he came back to himself, he went insane with grief and wasn't thinking clearly. That when Pettigrew caught up with him, he didn't know what he was doing and lashed out. It was the only thing that made sense to me. Amelia mulled it over. It was a credible theory, explained Black's actions with the baby, but not the lack of an explosive spell. And, if true, it would mean Black heading for the secure ward at St. Mungo's and not Azkaban. Of course, my theory doesn't explain why Pettigrew went after Black on his own some. Alistair continued. I'd met him a couple of times, and he was a good kid, but he never struck me as the avenging angel type. Black, yes. Pettigrew, no. Amelia made a snap decision and stopped the quill. Alastair, there is new evidence about Black that has surfaced with his recent exploits at Hogwarts. It seems Pettigrew could be alive. I'd like you to sit in, disillusioned, while I interview the witnesses. They're due to arrive in an hour. Alistair agreed. They went over the little evidence they had, and Alastair was as disturbed by the wand and forensic evidence as Amelia was. As the hour for the interviews drew close, Alistair sat out of the way, disillusioned with a silencing charm around himself. Remus Lupin arrived 5 minutes early, and Amelia allowed him entry, taking in the new, if simple, clothing he wore, the scars of his lycanthropy, and the pleasant demeanour. She shook his hand and explained the procedure, made him take an oath of secrecy, and set the quill to record. Mr. Lupin, you've been called here today to give evidence in the case of Sirius Black concerning events at Hogwarts. I'd like to focus specifically on the night Black was caught and escaped. Amelia began. She motioned at him to speak. It was the night of the full moon, and I was in my office when I happened to glance at a map of Hogwarts that I and some friends constructed when we attended the school. "Friends?" queried Amelia. Lupin's lips quirked. "James Potter, Sirius Black, and Peter Pettigrew." Amelia hadn't realized he'd known them, but then she was a good 20 years older than Potter and Black, and Lupin hadn't joined the department as they had done. She nodded slowly. "You happened to glance at a map? The map is charmed to show every individual and their position within the school and surrounding grounds. I noticed that Sirius and Peter were both on the map very close to Harry Potter and his friends." Lupin winced slightly. "I was shocked to see Peter, as I had believed, like everyone else, that he was dead." "Your testimony is that he's alive?" Amelia asked pointedly. "Oh, he's alive all right," Lupin growled. "I immediately realized that Sirius was innocent of killing him, and if he was innocent of killing Peter, then—" Amelia inclined her head in understanding. "You wondered if he was also innocent of killing the Potters?" Lupin gave a small nod of acknowledgement. "Yes, and why Peter had felt it necessary to lie about his continued existence. I ran out to the Shrieking Shack to confront Peter and Sirius." He picked up the glass of water Amelia had supplied and drank a sip. "When I got there, Peter was still in his rat form." "He's an animagus," Amelia interrupted. "Yes, and he'd been living for years as the Weasleys' pet rat." Lupin breathed in deeply, clearly trying to control his anger. "Severus Snape turned up, and, well, Severus has a history of bad blood between myself, Sirius, and James. He was determined to capture Sirius, and his behaviour alarmed the children. The children's disarming spells went awry, and he got knocked out. We finally confronted Peter, and the truth came out. Peter had been the secret keeper. Peter had known Sirius knew he had betrayed James and Lily, and so set him up. It was Peter who cut off his finger and blew up the gas main in the Muggle Street. Peter transformed into a rat immediately to escape the explosion, disappearing into the sewers. "What happened then?" Amelia prompted when he fell silent. "We bound Peter and started back towards the school, only I'd forgotten about the moon, and as soon as I got outside—" Lupin grimaced. "Sirius was able to run me off and ensure I didn't hurt anyone. It was entirely careless of me. But unintentional," Amelia noted. "I'll have to make a note of the incident in your official registration file, as this statement will be a matter of public record, but I'll also state that it has been explained to my satisfaction and you're cleared of intentional harm." "Thank you," Lupin said, somewhat embarrassed. "Please continue," Amelia prompted. "Well, I'm not sure what happened next as I was in my werewolf form, but I've been told Peter escaped." He sighed heavily. "I woke up the next morning to the reports of Sirius escaping and the news that the minister had refused to believe his innocence without Peter to prove it." He paused. I'm devastated about that. It was my fault Peter got free, and to think Sirius has been innocent all this time and locked away in Azkaban." His head snapped up and he looked at Amelia firmly. "I'm willing to take Veritaserum to confirm my testimony, and I can provide a memory if you have a pensive." "Thank you. That won't be necessary at this time," Amelia replied quietly. "Have you had contact with Sirius Black since your departure from Hogwarts?" Lupin reached into his robes and pulled out a piece of parchment. He handed it to her. It was blank. She looked at him questioningly. "Tap it with your wand and say, 'I solemnly swear that I'm up to no good,'" Lupin suggested, wrestling with a smile. Amelia followed his instructions. A short number of words filled the page. Black was somewhere sunny, safe. He wanted Lupin to keep an eye on Harry. She waved her wand over the parchment, but her detection spells for tracing came back negative. Sirius Black had done a good job of hiding his trail. She put the parchment down and considered Lupin carefully. "I'll have to keep this." "I thought you might." She reached over and stopped the quill. "Thank you for your testimony," she said. "If Black contacts you again, please tell him that we're investigating the original case, and if he turns himself in, we'll make sure he gets fair treatment. The kiss-on-sight order has been cancelled." "I have to admit to being surprised that you're investigating at all," Lupin said. "From what I was told, the minister was convinced Severus's version of events was the only one that mattered. New evidence has come to light that has made the minister revise that opinion," Amelia said smoothly, hence the questioning. "Will you be interviewing Harry and his friends?" Lupin asked as he got to his feet. "And Severus, presumably?" "Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley are due in for questioning this afternoon, and I decided to speak with you all first before bringing in Professor Snape," Amelia said. Susan's recount of the gossip from Hogwarts about what had happened had indicated a rift between Snape and the other witnesses. Moreover, it was a matter of public record that Snape had been Albus Dumbledore's spy in the Death Eaters, and she was concerned if she contacted him, Dumbledore would get wind of the investigation and seek to poke his nose in it. Harry, however— "Unfortunately, I have no address for Mr. Potter, as that information is held by Dumbledore on a need-to-know basis only." "I have the address, if you want it." Lupin gestured towards some parchment, and Amelia offered him a quill. He scribbled it down. "I would advise you that Harry's relatives deeply dislike the wizarding world. It may be better to write or telephone the Muggle way to agree a suitable time." He motioned with his wand over the parchment. "It's charmed, so only you can read it now. I agree with Albus inasmuch that Harry's whereabouts should be kept need-to-know, but Harry would want to help Sirius." "I assume Dumbledore gave you the contact details as an old friend of the family," Amelia commented, thinking about Lupin's advice on Harry's family and what it meant for the boy who lived's home environment. Lupin shook his head. "Albus refused me access, for Harry's safety, I'm sure. But I know Petunia's name. I'd met her through Lily, of course. It isn't hard to track her down with Muggle directories." Amelia shook her head, trying to make sense of that. "I see." She stood up, and he followed her to the door. She shook his hand and kept hold of it when he would have pulled away. "My niece was most disappointed you left Hogwarts. I hope you found a new position." "I have, but my employment oath prevents me from saying anything further." Lupin replied without hesitation. Amelia was intrigued but let him go. She was about to close the door when she saw Arthur Weasley walking down the corridor with his son. She waited and ushered them inside. Ronald Weasley's story gave additional context to how they'd all ended up in the Shrieking Shack, Black ambushing him, and how they had all ended up in the infirmary, Dementors attacking, which was a horror story all of its own. But it also substantiated the main part of Remus Lupin's evidence. Peter Pettigrew had lived as the Weasleys' rat for years. He was alive. He was responsible for the deaths of the Potters and the Muggles, not Black. Arthur was pale after the boy's tale, his freckles standing out sharply. He had kept a hand on Ronald's shoulder throughout in silent paternal support. "Does this mean Sirius will be set free?" Ron asked at the end of the interview. "We're examining all the evidence," Amelia said kindly. "In the meantime, remember, this is confidential, and you can't discuss this with anyone, not even your friends or the headmaster." She looked over at Arthur. "Do you want to press charges against Black for his assault on Ronald?" "No!" Ron said loudly. He blushed bright red as his father raised his eyebrows at him. "Sirius was after the rat, not me. Please, Dad, Harry will never forgive me and—" He shot Amelia a look and inched closer to his father, whispering in his ear. Amelia caught the gist of it, despite the attempt at low volume. Sirius was Harry's godfather and could get Harry away from the awful Dursleys. Arthur considered his son seriously. He sighed and looked over at Amelia with a small shake of his head. "Since his intention wasn't to harm Ron, I'll decline. And besides, I think he's probably already suffered enough if he's spent 12 years in Azkaban as an innocent man. If that's all, Amelia." She nodded, and Arthur nudged Ron into standing up. Amelia considered that it was going to be interesting to see Harry Potter's home and his relatives. She'd barely finished the Muggle letter informing the Dursleys of her intended visit and arranged for her secretary to send it when the Grangers arrived. Hermione Granger's testimony was the most comprehensive. She confirmed everything the others had said and added a tremendous amount of detail that spoke to an eidetic memory. She also expressed hope of Sirius being cleared for Harry's sake. It was late by the time they left. Alistair removed his disillusionment and took the seat opposite her again. Amelia sent for some tea. She poured Alistair's, black, no sugar, and sat back with her own, black with a squeeze of lemon. "Your thoughts, Alistair?" "Well, first things first. Their story about Black and Pettigrew back in 8-1 makes sense of the evidence," Alistair stated. "Black wasn't the secret keeper, so he didn't betray the Potters, and he handed over the baby because there was never any intent to harm the lad. He went after Peter, knowing we'd be likely following him, hence laying the trail for us. He never fired on Pettigrew, so no spell registered on his wand. Pettigrew cut off his finger and escaped, which is why we don't find a trace of the rest of his body." He sighed heavily. "Lupin's a good witness. I met him a couple of times back then, and he was always the most serious of them. I feel I did Black a grave disservice in not following up on him after he was sent to Azkaban." "You weren't one of the signatories on the order that sent him there, Alistair," Amelia reminded him. "Bagnold and Crouch are at fault. Dumbledore was chief warlock, and also should have checked there was a trial. There's going to be plenty of blame to go around." Alistair winced. "In everyone's defence, it was a chaotic time." "I'm more concerned at the complete lack of adherence to procedure at Hogwarts a couple of weeks ago," Amelia admitted. "Cornelius doesn't surprise me, but why didn't Albus put Black under his personal protection? Albus has the authority as chief warlock to overrule the minister on the matter." Alistair frowned heavily. "It makes you think, doesn't it? Albus was the one who gave evidence that Sirius was the secret keeper. He was in charge of the Wizengamot when it all went down. He has motive for keeping it quiet." It was so like Alistair to be so paranoid even about one of his old friends. "Perhaps he had something to do with the escape," Amelia mused out loud. "Maybe." Amelia nodded. Something didn't add up about how Black had managed to get free, but she wasn't too worried about that, since if he hadn't, all indications were that an innocent man would have been kissed. I'm not sure I need Potter's testimony, Amelia admitted, although it would be good for completeness. And you want to take a look at the boy's living arrangements, Alistair said bluntly. I know I would, since a Muggle-born witch and the son of the biggest Muggle advocate in the Ministry indicate that they prefer the boy who lived to be removed from his Muggle relatives and live with a man who is a complete stranger to him. Amelia nodded. She was concerned. She couldn't deny it, especially since Weasley's and Granger's comments followed after Lupin's about the Dursleys hating the wizarding world. I'd like you to come with me day after tomorrow, Alastair. If there are issues, I'll need an independent witness. Alastair nodded. I'm available. He eyed her speculatively. Are you going to declare Black innocent? Ideally, I'd like his Veritaserum testimony. Or Pettigrew's, Amelia sighed. From a prosecution perspective, I can't charge Black with killing Pettigrew and the Muggles. His wand clears him of casting any kind of explosive spell. There's the lack of Pettigrew's body, and while witness testimony places him at the scene and casting a spell, there's nothing that points at Black actually causing the explosion. On the other hand, the idea that Pettigrew caused the explosion and escaped somehow to blame Black would fit with the evidence we have. The positioning of the blast, the single finger, the way Pettigrew yelled his accusation in front of Muggles breaking the statute of secrecy. Which leaves the betrayal of the Potters leading to their deaths, Alistair said. And that all comes down to hearsay testimony that Black was the secret keeper. The strongest statement is Dumbledore's. She tapped the file. As he recounts, James Potter told him Black would be the secret keeper, and Dumbledore cast the initial Fidelius that made him so. But the Granger girl gave a very nice recounting of how Black switched with Pettigrew behind the scenes, and they all determined to tell everyone Black was the keeper as a bluff to divert attention away from the real one. That brings in reasonable doubt, Alistair said sagely. I know, and a good advocate like Brian Cutter would tear a prosecution case apart in moments. Amelia said. Truthfully, I can tell our esteemed minister that what little evidence there is against Black is circumstantial and won't stand up in a court, that Black would never be convicted if everyone judged the evidence fairly. Not quite the same as clearing him, Alistair noted dryly. Amelia shrugged. It will be for Cornelius. Let's face it, though. If we get the boy who lived stating on record that he believes Black wasn't the secret keeper, that will be more than enough for most people. Remus stepped out of the flue and was almost assaulted by an anxious Sirius. Not for the first time, he mused on the relative similarities between Sirius and Padfoot and wondered if a rolled-up newspaper to Sirius's nose wasn't in order. Well, demanded Sirius, she actually seemed to take me seriously. Remus admitted cautiously. I caught sight of Ronald Weasley just as I was leaving and Moody was there. He commented as he led the way out of the reception room to Sirius's study. He was disillusioned and in the corner, but I could smell him. Sirius did a little happy dance through the library and into the study. Remus debated momentarily whether to tell Sirius about the note that would be going into his werewolf registration file and decided against. Sirius would only feel guilty, and it wasn't truly his fault. Remus had been the one to forget to take his wolfsbane. I gave her Harry's address too. I don't see how it will make a difference to my getting custody, Sirius complained. He hadn't wanted to risk compromising Harry's location. Remus poked his friend in the arm. Trust me, it'll make a difference. Well, in that spirit of optimism, Sirius pulled him over to the desk. Come and help me pick out a house. You do realize that it takes more than a month to exchange contracts on a Muggle property, Remus argued, exasperated. Muggle auctions, Mooney, are a wonderful thing, not to mention money talks, or it did with the house Brian is organising for the Dursleys, Sirius countered. Remus looked at him suspiciously. He used magic, didn't he? Sirius shrugged. I ask no questions, and he tells you no lies. Remus sighed, but he set to the task of choosing a home for Harry with a rush of happiness that he hadn't felt in a long while. Chapter 7. Securing Guardianship of Pronglet 3. The Muggle house looked prim and proper with a pretty front garden filled with roses. It was not the type of place where Amelia had envisaged the last of the Potter line residing, never mind the boy who lived. She would have wondered why none of the Potter properties had been used, except there was an impressive set of blood wards surrounding the house, singing with Lily Potter's signature, and additional wards with Dumbledore's. It explained why Dumbledore had placed Potter with his aunt, and Amelia had always understood keeping the address need to know, but it didn't explain why there wasn't a record of visitations to confirm the child was safe. Alistair had told her that he'd taken the precaution of offering to check out the wards when he'd gone to talk with Dumbledore the day before about his Hogwarts job offer. Dumbledore had refused, but as Alastair pointed out to Amelia, his old friend would not be surprised that Alastair had ignored him, tracked down the address, and gone ahead with his offer anyway. It gave them a wonderful cover for their visit if Dumbledore had some means of monitoring the residence Alistair couldn't see. Amelia glanced down at her smart brown pantsuit and nodded to Alastair, who had actually taken the time to transfigure his usual garb into a badly fitting muggle suit and trench coat. His magical eye had been charmed to appear normal to a muggle. He rang the doorbell and they could both hear the echo in the house. A few moments later, Petunia Dursley answered the door. Amelia blinked. Any resemblance she had expected to see between Lily Potter and her sister disappeared immediately. The horsey brunette in front of her could have been deemed handsome, perhaps, if she lost the snooty air and sour expression. "Petunia Dursley, I'm Amelia Bones from the DMLE. I sent you a letter." "Yes, I received it." Dursley sniffed. She ran her eyes over them and peered beyond them as though to check if the neighbours had noticed them. "You'd better come in." The inside of the house wasn't large, but it was reasonable and not unduly small. Amelia noticed Dursley darting a glance at the cupboard under the stairs as she waved them through into a well-proportioned living room. The furniture was well maintained, although there were signs of aging in the sagging sofa and chairs. There were pictures everywhere of a plump blonde boy at various ages. Other photos of Dursley and an obese man who had to be her husband were in evidence. There were no photos of their famous nephew or his parents, and Amelia's suspicions from the interviews with Harry's friends came raging back tenfold. "Harry is outside in the garden doing his chores. I'll get him for you." Dursley left before they could say anything. Amelia exchanged a "this doesn't look good" gaze with Alastair. They remained silent, and soon enough footsteps signalled someone coming into the room. Amelia focused on her first close-up look of the boy who lived. As reported, he was a miniature James Potter in features, but his eyes were brilliant green. His hair was a dark mop, the fringe pulled down over his infamous scar. His clothing was scruffy, oversized t-shirt and shorts that were too baggy on his small frame. Hand-me-downs, Amelia surmised, but Dursley was probably hoping to pass them off as gardening clothes, hence Potter being in the garden when Dursley knew they were coming to interview him. He had nothing on his feet, probably whatever shoes he wore had been left at the back door. His hands were wet, red and scratched. His upper lip had a layer of hard-earned sweat. He'd barely been given time to clean up. Dursley frowned at them all. "I have appointments to keep. Our son is out for the day, but my husband will be home in 4 hours. Make sure you lot are gone by then." Amelia stiffened at the sharp tone and watched in astonishment as Dursley hurried from the room, a small bang from the front door underscoring her departure. What kind of guardian left a 13-year-old boy to be questioned by law enforcement on his own? She turned back to see Potter swallowing nervously and gave him a reassuring smile. "Firstly, let me assure you that you're not in trouble. I'm Director Amelia Bones, Mr. Potter, and this is my ex-colleague Alistair Moody. Did your aunt explain our visit today?" "Just that you were the police and wanted to talk to me," Potter replied politely. His eyes shone with curiosity as the concern over whether he was in trouble eased. "Well, I'm in charge of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement at the Ministry," Amelia explained, "which includes the Aura Division that is the magical equivalent of Muggle policemen." She gestured at Alistair, who remained silent. "Both of us were Auras at one time. Alistair here actually worked with your father, who was a hit wizard, a special kind of policeman, but Alistair is retired now, and I mainly deal with prosecutions and try to make my budgets add up these days." Potter's face lit up. "My dad was a hit wizard?" "Yes, and a very fine one too until your granddad died and he had to take over the family estates," Alistair said brusquely, while Amelia assimilated that Potter hadn't known his father's occupation. "Maybe we can tell you a few stories after our discussion." Potter beamed at them happily. Alistair motioned at him impatiently. "Where's your wand, lad?" "Upstairs in my room." He pointed upwards. "You really should have it on you at all times," Alistair chided crisply. Potter flushed. "My uncle, they don't like magical things." He was clearly embarrassed, and Amelia's heart went out to him. Abuse cases had always gotten to her. She wished she'd thought to bring a young Aura along. Alistair said. "Amelia, you'll be setting up the privacy wards down here while I ensure the rest of the house is secured?" In other words, she should do a full scan of the downstairs for evidence of mistreatment while he did the upstairs. She nodded sharply. "If you're going to use magic, won't I get into trouble?" Harry asked. "Somebody's house elf used magic here once trying to get me expelled, and I got a warning." Amelia frowned. That explained the misdemeanor for underage magic she'd found on his file. She'd see about having it expunged. "Our magic will not register as underage, Harry, but if there are any issues, I'll take care of them." "Well, lad, lead the way upstairs." Alistair ushered the boy out, and Amelia immediately dived into her bag, set up her quill, and began casting her scanning spell, the results automatically recording onto the parchment. She headed out into the hall and peered into the cupboard that had made Dursley so worried. The sight sickened her. There was some clutter of discarded Muggle sports gear and cleaning equipment. But beyond that, there was a stained children's mattress and an old taped-up sign that read, "Harry's room." She closed the door and moved into the kitchen. It was immaculate, shining surfaces and a floor that gleamed. Amelia took a quick look at the neat back garden shoddy trainers which she assumed were Potter's had been left on the back step along with gardening gear, but no gloves that would have protected Potter's hands. She made it back into the living room and read over the parchment, frowning heavily at the results from upstairs that Alistair had directed to the quill. Her stomach churned at the litany. She called for her house elf and had her bring some tea, sandwiches, scones and cake. She packed the parchment away just before Alistair and Potter came back into the room. Potter's eyes widened at the sight of food. "I hope you don't mind, but I thought some afternoon tea would help make this a little easier." Amelia directed him to the sofa, and he sat down gingerly. Alistair sat next to him. "Now, Mr. Potter, as a minor, you should really have a guardian present. As Alistair here knew your father, perhaps you'll allow him to stand in." Potter's eyes went to Alistair questioningly. "I'll be pleased to do it," Alistair said gruffly. Potter nodded. "Okay then." He looked back at Amelia. "And it's Harry, just Harry?" Amelia smiled at him. "Shall we get the oath over with first then, Harry?" "Oath? All ongoing investigations require an oath to ensure information doesn't leak before it is officially released. It also ensures that witnesses cannot collude with each other," Alistair explained to him. "Have you got the written version for the lad?" Amelia opened her bag and extracted a printed copy of the oath. "Here you go, Harry." Harry read over the parchment. "What's the investigation you want to ask me about?" "Sirius Black," Amelia replied bluntly. "Specifically what happened the night he escaped from Hogwarts." His eyes darted to hers, and she caught the full weight of the worry, fear and hope in them before he dropped his gaze and shifted to look at Alistair to check he should take the oath. Alistair nodded, and Harry picked up the quill, signing his name quickly and without fanfare. "Good. Tea?" Amelia poured him a cup, placed sandwiches on a plate, and handed the lot over to him with a flick of her wand. He tucked into the simple fare, eating quickly and efficiently as though used to rushing. She knew he had been deprived of food in the past, locked up and barely fed. She handed him another plate of sandwiches as she asked him to describe what happened in his own words. His testimony married with the others, but it was the most painful to hear. The personal aspect was too sharp to ignore. Pettigrew had betrayed Harry's parents and caused their deaths. Black was Harry's godfather. The horror of the Dementor attack had Amelia shivering, and she was sympathetic when he expressed dismay and frustration at the minister's initial decision not to believe him. He looked over at her finally, his green eyes bright with curiosity again. "Can I ask why the minister changed his mind?" "He discovered that your godfather never had a trial," Amelia answered honestly. "It has shaken the minister's conviction that Black is guilty, and hence his request I investigate." She handed Harry a slice of cake, much to Alastair's badly hidden amusement. Harry swallowed some cake and waved a hand at her. "What about Snape's testimony?" "From what we've heard, there'd be no point asking him anything," Alastair interjected. "He only saw you 3 kids, Lupin and Black, together, and was knocked out before anything of note took place." "And the headmaster?" Harry asked. "He talked to Sirius too, I think." "But alone," Alastair commented. "No verifying witnesses except for Black himself, unlike the 4 of you. So will Sirius be cleared?" His young face was so hopeful that Amelia felt regret at giving him the official answer. "I can't say, Harry, until I've finished and submitted my findings to the minister," Amelia said apologetically. "Don't forget, though, that you're not to discuss this interview with your headmaster or with your friends," Alastair said. "Or Black." Harry nodded quickly, streaks of red across his cheeks giving away he probably was in contact with his godfather. Amelia knew she should probably ask for the correspondence, but couldn't bring herself to deprive the child of anything positive in his life. "Well, if Amelia's done," Alastair shot her a look, and she gave a nod, stopping the quill. "How about I tell you a couple of stories about your dad?" Harry's demeanour brightened. Amelia watched as Alastair weaved a grand tale about James Potter's first training session, and it was clear that Harry was starved for information about his parents and heritage. What was Albus Dumbledore thinking? 3 stories later, and Amelia brought a reluctant halt to the afternoon. Alastair paused on their way out and dug into the pocket of his trench coat. He motioned for Harry to give his arm and placed a wand holster on it. He pushed Harry's wand into place. "Practice releasing it from the holster," he said roughly, "and remember to always wear your wand. You can hide it beneath your shirts now." Harry grinned at him. "Thank you." "Remember," Alastair wagged a finger at him. "Constant vigilance," Harry replied back promptly with a cheeky grin. Amelia rolled her eyes because Alastair had jumped on the opportunity to indoctrinate another person into his paranoia. "It's been good to meet you, Harry." She shook his hand as they said goodbye and left the house. Amelia couldn't help feeling wretched that she was leaving Harry Potter somewhere she was certain was completely unsuitable. She and Alastair exchanged another look. They had a lot to talk about, but none of it was appropriate for discussion on a public street. They walked down the road towards an alley where they could apparate without being seen. A grey-haired woman hovered at the corner of Privet Drive and Wisteria Walk. She broke into a trot upon seeing them, and Amelia noticed she was followed by a cat, Noah Kneasel. Amelia frowned at the tartan carpet slippers that the woman wore. "Alastair Moody," the woman called out in greeting. "Albus said you might be stopping by today." And suddenly Amelia was very grateful Alastair had taken the time to provide them with a cover story. Obviously, the woman was Dumbledore's spy in the neighbourhood. "Arabella Figg," Alastair said politely. "It's been a while." He didn't introduce Amelia, and she kept quiet. "You don't really think Black's still a threat, do you, Alastair?" Figg asked hurriedly. "Albus said his sources place Black abroad." "As do mine," Alastair answered. "But you know what I always say." "Constant vigilance," Figg said obediently. "Do you want to use my flue?" "A private place to apparate would be appreciated, Arabella," Alastair said, glancing at Amelia. They all walked briskly to Figg's house. It smelled of Kneasels and boiled vegetables. Amelia found her nose wrinkling, but otherwise hid her reaction. As soon as the door was closed, Alastair started with the questions. "I take it you've been watching over Potter a while?" Alastair asked. "Since December 81, Fig replied. "Albus asked me to keep watch and report anything suspicious. Wizards in the area, that kind of thing. Give him any updates on Harry that I could gather. It was the least I could do for Albus after, well, you remember." "We caught a glimpse of Potter in the garden," Alistair continued. "Bit thin, isn't he? And I thought his folks left him money. You wouldn't know it by the way he dresses." "Well, children can be fussy eaters, Alistair," Fig said, avoiding their eyes. "And who knows what the youngsters consider fashionable these days?" "Do you really believe that?" Amelia blurted out, unable to stop herself. Fig sighed and her mouth drooped. "The Dursleys are perfectly horrid muggles, I'm afraid. They've never treated Harry the same as their own son, although some might think that was a blessing. Albus warned me when I complained to him the first time I babysat Harry for them that they might not be as caring towards him as we would wish, but he was certain that they would do right by their nephew in the end." "You babysit the boy?" Alistair shot Amelia a look that told her to keep quiet. "Not very often these days. He's getting old enough to look after himself, or so the Dursleys would have it. Obviously, I follow Albus's instructions not to reveal I'm a squib or about you-know-who, or about the wizarding world, but it's difficult, and, well, I've thought it best that he didn't enjoy being with me too much, otherwise the Dursleys probably would send him somewhere else." Amelia badly wanted to hex the woman. She had lacked the compassion to make Harry's life better when he stayed with her, and followed Albus Dumbledore's word as though it was law. And why hadn't Fig reported any of the mistreatment she had to have seen? At least someone was making regular reports about the boy's welfare to the proper authorities, Alistair said briskly, obviously thinking along similar lines to herself. "Oh, Albus made the official reports. He and I didn't have anything formal, Alistair. I just contacted Albus every so often, usually just after I'd babysat Harry." Fig's eyes crinkled as she smiled. "I always used to smile when I'd see the occasional photo I managed to take and send to Albus end up in the Prophet." So that's how pictures of the boy had been released to the public. Amelia had always wondered. Amelia darted a look at Alistair. She wasn't certain she could stay another moment without yelling at Fig. Alistair got the message. "Well, it's been nice chatting to you, Arabella, but we must be off. You can tell Albus the wards look fine." Amelia smiled tightly as she offered her own terse goodbye and immediately apparated to the ministry. Alistair was a moment behind her. They waited until they got to her office and under heavy privacy wards before she erupted. "Did I just hear that right?" demanded Amelia. "Did that woman—" She was almost incoherent with anger. Alistair pointed at her desk. "Get the Ogdens out." She did, and by the time she'd knocked back one drink, she'd regained some measure of control. "You have to understand Arabella's not been wholly with it, since her husband and her son were killed standing right next to her in a Death Eater attack on Diagon Alley," Alistair said, nursing his own drink that he'd poured from his flask. "Her husband was a friend of Albus's, so Albus looked after Arabella after his death, made sure she got her inheritance despite her being a squib, and set her up properly in her new Kneasel breeding business, hence her loyalty to him." Amelia sighed heavily, her ire slightly tempered with Alastair's explanation. Unfortunately, Albus could tell her that grass was pink with purple dots, and she would believe him. Alistair agreed. So, having heard from Albus when she first got there that the Dursleys wouldn't treat the boy well, it probably never occurred to her to tell him again because she thought he knew. He sighed. As for her convoluted thinking that giving the kid some affection when she watched him would mean the Dursleys wouldn't bring him back, he grimaced. "Well, your guess is as good as mine." She could be right, Amelia conceded. The Dursleys would probably be that petty. She poured herself another drink. "The results from the scans are horrifying. He lived in that cupboard under the stairs for years, and there was a long list of verbal abuse and minor physical injuries. They periodically starved him, Alistair, sending a kid to bed with no food as a punishment, but taken to an extreme." He nodded. "He has the smallest of the bedrooms upstairs. There are locks on the door outside, evidence that there were bars at the window at one point. I would guess he's been locked in before. His furniture is broken, dilapidated. He barely has enough clothes to justify a wardrobe. All of them seem second-hand. His school clothes are good quality, but they're in his trunk. He keeps his valuables under a loose floorboard under the bed. He has food stored there. In case they lock him in there again. Amelia rubbed the back of her neck. Any other child, Alistair and I, would have removed him from that house already. Even I know you're going to need to be politically savvy about this. Alistair comforted her. Look, Albus and I have been friends for a long time, and he is a great wizard, but he's not infallible, even if he sometimes thinks he is. He sipped his drink. He messed up. He obviously knew the Muggles might have an issue accepting the lad as their own. He dismissed the first report of mistreatment from his agent, who then failed to report further incidents, and he failed to check on the lad himself. Then, as the boy's headmaster, he's failed to see the signs of abuse since Potter started at Hogwarts. The boy's far too thin for his age, somebody should have noticed. Or it's been ignored. Alistair agreed dryly. Amelia sighed heavily. You know what else bothers me? That he didn't know his dad was a hit wizard, Alistair suggested. It bothered me, I can tell you. Well, yes, that too, and Amelia. But what I was referring to was something Brian Cutter said to me about the new Lord Black. Alistair's eyebrows shot up as his grizzled forehead. A new Lord Black, and he's hired Brian Cutter. She explained about the letter from Lord Black to Cutter, the meeting in Cornelius's office, and saw that he got the political implications immediately. Moody had never been stupid. Cutter has a copy of the Potter's will, and Sirius Black was named, after the Longbottoms, as guardian. She put her glass down and gazed at Alistair. Albus Dumbledore took illegal custody of Harry Potter, placed him with the Muggles, and failed to ensure that one of the named guardians on the will got a trial. I can see how it doesn't look good, Amelia, Alistair admitted, especially in light of the fact that he didn't place Black in protective custody at Hogwarts either, but I don't think Albus would deliberately keep a man in prison for 12 years if he knew he was innocent. Not even for his vaunted greater good? Amelia asked pointedly. Alistair conceded that with a huff. Admittedly, Albus can justify almost anything to his greater good, but not something unquestionably wrong. Keeping the boy behind blood wards where he might be unsafe from his relatives, no. Keeping the boy behind blood wards where he might be unloved, yes. Condemning an innocent man to Azkaban for 12 years, no. Not stepping in to clear Black's name because Albus thinks Potter will be safer where he is, maybe. Amelia grimaced. The lines separating the statements Alistair had made into acceptable and unacceptable were very thin, but they were there. You know him better than me, she allowed. And knowing him, regardless of my belief that I don't think Albus would keep the boy there if faced with all the evidence we have of the Muggles' neglect of the lad, I would advise you to get Potter's new guardianship situation sorted out before Albus ever gets wind of it, Alistair said bluntly. Understood. And Amelia knew who she was going to call first. Sirius reread the letter from Brian again and again, completely cleared subject to Minister's signature. Did Lord Black have a way to contact Sirius Black? The Ministry wanted to know if Sirius Black would be prepared to assume immediate guardianship of Harry Potter. He read it again. Remus impatiently plucked it out of his numb fingers and read it. Padfoot, we did it! He slapped Sirius's back, jolting him forward. Congratulations! Didn't I tell you, sending bones round to the Muggles would increase your chances to get custody of Harry? You owe me 5 galleons, and don't think... He suddenly looked at Sirius, who hadn't moved. Are you okay, Padfoot? No. Yes, he really had no idea. His emotions swung in a pendulum from crazed happiness to complete astonishment to total fear that he was going to mess up with Harry, and what had he been thinking? Sirius rubbed his forehead and dragged his mind back into focus. Harry, Harry, Harry. He was doing this for Harry, and it had worked. Sorry, he said, realizing belatedly that Remus was regarding him worriedly. Just, he flapped a hand at him. Surprised. I thought it would take more time or something. But you are pleased, probed Remus carefully, as though he was afraid Sirius would explode or break or something. "Beyond happy," Sirius confirmed. He took the parchment back. "I'll write back to Brian. I guess it's time to come clean on my identity with him." "Give me an introduction," Remus ordered. "I can liaise with him in future, and Merlin knows I need to go over some legal stuff with him as your steward. Your records are in a right mess." "But I'm still rich, right?" Remus sighed. "Let's just say you have enough to cover the 5 galleons you owe me." "What 5 galleons?" asked Sirius innocently. Remus's eyes narrowed dangerously. Chapter 8, Securing Guardianship of Pronglet 4. The signature of Cornelius Fudge looped its way across the parchment. It was attached to the official investigation report that concluded Sirius Black was innocent of the arrest charges in 81 and pardoned for escaping ministry custody and his actions during his time as a fugitive. The statement acknowledged the ministry's culpability and awarded compensation to Black to the tune of 10,000 galleons for every year of false imprisonment and an additional 5,000 for the year he had been a fugitive. "The press statement?" Cornelius asked briskly as he added the official seal to the parchment. Amelia exchanged a look with Brian Cutter and slid it across the desk to the minister. Following new evidence, a special investigation was made into the matter of Sirius Black under the jurisdiction of Amelia Bones, the head of the DMLE. The findings of the special investigation are thus: Sirius Black was imprisoned without trial. Evidentiary and legal procedures were not followed, and his guilt or innocence never established beyond circumstantial hearsay. A review of all the evidence gathered at the time of his arrest and the subsequent addition of new witness testimony following recent events at Hogwarts, including a statement by Harry Potter, has concluded that Sirius Black is innocent of all charges. Given his 12 years of unlawful imprisonment, we have pardoned him for the lesser charge of escaping custody. Additionally, we want to announce that Peter Pettigrew is alive and a suspected Death Eater. He is hereby stripped of his Order of Merlin and is wanted for questioning in the deaths of James Potter, Lily Potter, and 13 Muggles. He is also wanted for conspiracy to pervert the course of justice. He is considered armed and dangerous. Citizens are advised to report any sightings to the Auras immediately. Clearly, a gross miscarriage of justice took place under the previous administration, and, although it was a chaotic time, the current peacetime administration is appalled. We apologize unreservedly to Sirius Black for his loss of freedom, damage to his reputation, and disregard for his basic legal rights. While it is our understanding that he is currently abroad, he is once again a free citizen and welcome to return to Britain and public life without fear of reprisal. Comprehensive. Cornelius looked at Brian. Is Lord Black happy with the statement? He is, and he's very happy to have this matter cleared up so quickly, Brian said. It's a shame that we can't make a joint press conference, Cornelius said with a longing look at the statement. Lord Black wants full credit given to the ministry, Brian said firmly. He'll make a positive statement to that effect as soon as he claims his seat in the Wizengamot. Do we have a date? Cornelius asked tentatively. Probably at the next session, which is scheduled for a week on Thursday, Brian replied promptly. He has expressed a desire to meet with you prior to that. Cornelius smiled widely. That would be lovely, Brian. Minister, Amelia cleared her throat, regaining Cornelius's attention. There is another matter that has come to light during the investigation. Oh? Cornelius looked dismayed, and his gaze flickered to Brian and back to her. Perhaps we should speak about this in private? Actually, I'd like Brian to stay, as the topic relates to the guardianship of Harry Potter. Amelia withdrew a second report from her bag and handed it to Cornelius. It had taken her the better part of the previous evening after her return from Surrey and most of the rest of that day to finish the report and get things sorted with Brian. This report is highly sensitive and details findings related to Harry Potter's current situation. Broadly, it concludes that he should be removed from his current guardians due to evidence of neglect, emotional abuse, and some additional minor physical abuse. My goodness, surely not. Cornelius didn't open the folder. I mean, I know there was a problem last summer, but I thought that was down to the stress of the situation with Black. That problem last summer, Minister, was indicative of the way his guardians treat him generally, without respect for Harry, for his parents, or for our kind. The woman admitted she insulted the Potters before she was obliviated, Amelia said dryly. Additionally, one of the reversal squad noted in his report that if it wasn't against the new Muggle Protection Act, he would have been sorely tempted to blow the Dursleys up himself after being subjected to their prejudice and scorn. Amelia! It gets worse, Cornelius, Amelia interrupted him. Albus Dumbledore had Rubeus Hagrid take Harry Potter from Sirius Black on the night of the Potter's death. That was part of Dumbledore's own statement given to the Aurors. He was responsible for placing the boy with Lily Potter's Muggle relations. Now, there is some evidence that he had good reasons, most to do with Harry's safety at the time, but he circumvented the system. The Wizarding Orphan Office wasn't apprised of the placement, and so no follow-up visitations were performed. He also disregarded the will which a source today told me would have been challenged by the Longbottoms had they not been incapacitated in a Death Eater attack, Brian added. Add to that the fact that Dumbledore was Chief Warlock when Sirius Black was denied a trial and placed in Azkaban unlawfully, and his recent unwillingness not to have insisted on due process when Black was captured at Hogwarts, one might surmise that he has ulterior motives. Additionally, Harry has all the signs of an abused child, but the staff at Hogwarts seems to have missed them, Amelia said with exasperation. Cornelius looked torn between panic at the Harry Potter had been abused and glee at how badly Dumbledore had erred. And the Ministry doesn't come out of this smelling of roses either, since the WU should have followed up on Harry Potter's placement. Regardless of Dumbledore's lack of notification, he's the most famous orphan in our world, not to mention more should have been done to investigate the incident last summer. Amelia warned him. Cornelius, she said strongly, it would be a political nightmare for everyone if it came to the attention of the press that Harry Potter was mistreated by his Muggle relatives and nobody in authority noticed or did anything to address the issue, especially when Dumbledore is in the thick of it and you've met the boy yourself. Finally, Cornelius blanched as the potential ramifications for his own position hit him. If you would allow it, Cornelius, Amelia and I believe we have a mutually beneficial solution, Brian said quietly. Please elaborate. Cornelius rallied, but a dull flush remained on his face. As you know, Lord Black was already planning to challenge for guardianship, Brian began, and I believe his own investigations raised questions about the suitability of Potter's Muggle guardians. Now that the investigation into Sirius Black has concluded and he has been cleared, Lord Black wants to push ahead with guardianship being awarded to Sirius Black as per the Potter's will. Cornelius sat back, surprised. Lord Black will openly support Sirius Black then? As I recall, Black Sirius, was a Dumbledore supporter and considered persona non grata by the Black family. I think it's clear from Lord Black's initial actions here that he has a different political agenda than the family's previous reputation, Brian said, and as Sirius is the boy's godfather, he has first claim. Executing the Potter's newly discovered will to reward guardianship to Sirius Black would be a relatively simple matter, Amelia pointed out. My main concern, as I've expressed to Brian, is Black's health after his time in Azkaban and a year on the run. I would say that we would only award guardianship on the condition that he receives medical treatment. How do we even know the man wants to assume guardianship? Cornelius asked, sitting back with a contemplative expression. Once Amelia contacted me, I immediately wrote to Lord Black. I received a reply from Sirius Black himself confirming his request that I represent him in the matter of the guardianship of his godson. Brian explained. A flicker of suspicion infused Amelia for a long moment, long enough that she only caught the end of Cornelius accusing Brian that Lord Black had harboured a fugitive. Under the old law, Cornelius, a head of house could offer sanctuary to any member of his family, Brian said mildly. But either way, there's no evidence that Lord Black knew where Sirius Black was at the time he engaged my services to approach you about instigating an investigation. It's all moot anyway, Amelia inserted before Cornelius got too wound up. Whether Lord Black was in contact with him before the investigation or not is completely beside the point. Sirius Black is innocent. We need to determine Harry Potter's guardianship. Brian, can you confirm Sirius Black's willingness to assume the role of guardian for his godson? Yes, he's eager to look after Harry, and a week of healing in a private clinic abroad has been arranged for both Sirius and his godson, Brian said quickly. Amelia nodded. I'm not sure this will be acceptable, Cornelius argued. Sirius Black's reputation is destroyed, and yes, partly our fault, I know, but if we announce that Black is innocent, and in the next breath give him immediate guardianship of the boy who lived there, will be an outcry. You raise a valid point, Cornelius. Brian's words flattered the minister, and Amelia breathed a sigh of relief at Brian's ability to handle him. Perhaps a staggered approach is required publicly, Brian continued, especially as I think we all believe that Albus Dumbledore should only be informed once this matter is settled beyond his ability to affect the outcome. They nodded in agreement. So I propose that we sign the guardianship transfer today and allow Sirius Black to take immediate custody, Brian proposed. The ministry announces that he is innocent at a press conference tomorrow morning. I'll arrange some positive press for Black over the rest of the week, reminding people that he was a war hero before his arrest, for example. We can help with that to some extent, Amelia offered. I'm sure Sirius's old colleagues would be prepared to support the work he did. And the story of his escape from Azkaban to protect his godson from Pettigrew would play well, Cornelius added. Perhaps with the illusion he is seeking guardianship to return Potter fully to the wizarding world in line with the wishes of Potter's late parents that were previously ignored, as the will was inaccessible to the ministry. Brian nodded and pointed at him with a smile. Good suggestion. Amelia hid a smile. Cornelius did have a talent for media spin. So then we publicly announce his guardianship at the end of the week? I'll ensure we have a statement from Sirius Black readied, as they could well be still abroad at that point in the clinic. Brian made a note on his legal pad. We should work closely on all press releases, Cornelius offered. That way we can ensure both the ministry and Black receive the greatest positive response to the affair. Agreed, Brian said. What about the Muggles? Cornelius asked suddenly. We'll need to file appropriate records. Already prepared, Brian assured him. Petunia Dursley has already agreed to relinquish her guardianship subject to the investigation finding Sirius Black innocent. Lord Black's steward will handle the final signatures and take immediate custody of Harry Potter to deliver him safely to Black. He motioned at Cornelius. If you're happy to proceed. Cornelius nodded. Brian reached into his briefcase and handed over the guardianship documents. If you could just sign at the bottom. Amelia, if you could witness. The loopy signature was accompanied by the minister's official seal. Amelia scrawled her own signature as witness and added the seal of the head of the DMLE. Sirius Black was officially Harry Potter's legal guardian of record. Brian handed Amelia one copy for the ministry records. I assume you'll register this with the WO. Amelia sighed and took the document. She could hardly complain. I'll forward a copy to Sirius and file my copy of the original in our legal vault. Brian retrieved another document for his briefcase. A copy of the Potter's will for your records. That's very good of you, Brian, Cornelius said gratefully. That will help ensure any complaints are quickly dealt with. He frowned again. Amelia, there is one other question regarding the Muggles and this abuse that was found. I know, Amelia said, sighing heavily. I'd like to prosecute them, but that's an impossibility. She held up a hand when Cornelius would have jumped in. The procedure when we find a Muggle-raised witch or wizard is in an abusive situation is to involve the Muggle authorities. Usually there is current evidence that is available. In this case, the vast majority of the abuse took place prior to last year, and the worst of it when he was a young child. Our evidence, based as it is on magical means, is not admissible. There is no case unless Mr. Potter himself gives evidence." She took a breath. "If we prosecuted muggles through our legal system, it would be exceptional, create a precedent I don't think we want, and create the very storm of publicity that we're trying to avoid. So we let these muggles get away with abusing a wizarding child, a child who should have been treasured especially after getting rid of you-know-who and losing his parents," Cornelius ranted, getting on his soapbox. "We can honestly say that we've removed him from the situation as soon as we became aware of the abuse that was involved," Amelia stated firmly. "Any other legal action will have to be pursued with Mr. Potter's agreement." "I'll discuss the matter with Sirius Black," Brian suggested. "As his guardian, Black will have a say in this, and will probably be the one that will have to raise it with his godson." Cornelius barely looked mollified, and Amelia had some sympathy, although she suspected Cornelius's frustration was rooted in his inability to exploit the political capital of muggles abusing the boy who lived, and Dumbledore's involvement, rather than her own outrage that the muggles wouldn't be justifiably punished for their actions. "Well, if that's everything, I have to tell my client that he's now a proud father of a 13-year-old boy," Brian said briskly. Amelia sighed in relief as Cornelius smiled and nodded. "I'll see you at tomorrow's press conference," Cornelius suggested. Brian agreed, and Amelia stood up to walk out with him. They stopped outside of Amelia's office, and she prevented him from leaving with a hand on his arm, wanting to follow up on the suspicion she'd had that had flared to life during the discussion. She cast a privacy bubble and regarded him directly. "Brian, would I be correct in saying that Lord Black's first name is Sirius?" Brian smiled gently. "I'm afraid I can't divulge the identity of Lord Black." Amelia snorted and knew she was right. "What I will say," Brian said a little hesitantly, "is that there is good reason why the House of Black has always been known for its cunning, and regardless of his innocence, Sirius Black is still someone it would be best not to anger. He realized his godson was being neglected when he saw him at Hogwarts, didn't he?" Amelia mused out loud. Yes, she thought decisively, Sirius Black had seen his godson, starved of love and affection for all that he was a nice kid, and had known. And he couldn't do anything, not as a fugitive, but as Lord Black, that he had taken the measures he had and devised a way to clear his name, all to protect his godson, impressed her anew, and made her feel even more confident that her decision to award him custody had been the right one. Brian smiled at her again and tipped his hat as he made to leave. "I think Lord Black is going to shake things up." Amelia let down the bubble and smirked back at him. "Tell your client I look forward to it." Harry finished washing the baking potatoes and set them out on the counter to be pricked before they went into the microwave. Dinner was steamed chicken breasts, already cooked until shriveled by his aunt, a salad, Harry had already prepared it, and the potatoes. It was not their usual fare, and was only on the menu because Dudley was on a diet. His relatives had been surprisingly polite to him since he'd gotten back. He believed in part that it was to do with his tale of his mass-murdering godfather on the ride home from the station, but as the days had passed, he thought it was something else. Then there had been the surprise visit from the wizarding police kind of ish Amelia Bones and Alastair Moody. He was still a little annoyed with his aunt that she hadn't warned him until she'd fetched him from the garden. He hoped that it meant Sirius was going to get a trial or be declared innocent, because then... He stopped his thought before it could complete. He wasn't going to hope again that he could go to live with Sirius, with someone who actually wanted him. Although in hindsight, he wondered whether Sirius did want him. The older man had looked somewhat surprised when Harry had agreed to live with him. But there had been the letter he'd received at Hogwarts, confirming Sirius was safe, and Harry was more than a little annoyed that the headmaster had prevented him from replying. And then another he'd received the day after he'd gotten home, a "hope you're okay" message that Harry had replied to using the same owl Sirius had sent, and another, a "glad you're okay and don't worry about me" message. For a godfather on the run, it wasn't too shoddy a showing of concern, and much more than Harry could remember receiving from anyone else except his friends. What had been a nice surprise was that his ex-professor, Remus Lupin, had also sent a very nice note welcoming Harry back from the holidays, reassuring him that he'd found an interesting job and encouraging Harry to stay in touch. Harry had promptly sent a reply with the rather majestic-looking owl that had brought Remus's letter. He'd also sent a note to Remus after Moody and Bones had interviewed him and asked for more stories about his dad, but there hadn't been a reply, and Hedwig hadn't returned. It didn't mean there wouldn't be a reply, Harry reassured himself. Remus had said to stay in touch, and with Sirius out of the country. Of course, Remus hadn't actually contacted Harry at all for most of his life, and Harry got the impression that he had only let slip his friendship with Harry's father by accident. They really hadn't had a chance to talk about that, and it wasn't something Harry wanted to raise in a letter, but it did mean that he didn't quite trust Remus to reply to him in the same way he trusted Sirius. Although even his trust in Sirius probably floundered on the thought that Sirius, if given a choice, might continue to chase the rat, rather than actually stick around for Harry. Harry shook away his insecurities, not wanting to dwell on them. Sirius had written, Remus had written, he had people who cared for him at last. His jaw set in all too familiar stubbornness that both Sirius and Remus would have recognized instantly, although Harry didn't know it. His mind travelled back over his third year at Hogwarts idly as he prepared the potatoes. It had been a strange year with the Dementors and Sirius. Better than the first 2 years, no Voldemort to battle, but odd in other ways. He really owed Hermione for helping him rescue Sirius. He flushed as he remembered what a prat he'd been to her about the firebolt. Yes, he'd had cause to be angry, but she'd meant well. If only she hadn't gone behind his back. Ron hadn't helped with his anger over it either, and then there had been Ron's constant battling with Hermione over Crookshanks and the rat all year. Harry had spent most of the time feeling like he was being pulled between them and forced to choose constantly. Ron had been Harry's first friend of his own age, and Harry knew his strong attachment to Ron was primarily because of that. And Ron was funny and loyal, if glued to his beliefs and prejudices, surprisingly smart in his own way under the laziness that even Harry could see. But in considering the previous year, Harry had become aware that he'd let Ron dictate a lot of their friendship. Things like being mad with Hermione, who else they talked to outside of classes, and their subjects like taking the horrendous divination because it was easy. Maybe he could try for a little independence from his first friend, Harry considered. He trusted Ron not to drop him just because Harry made a few decisions for himself, like giving up divination so he didn't have to hear about how horribly he was going to die every week, and taking a different subject, maybe ancient runes or arthimancy. He should send a note to Professor McGonagall and ask if it was possible. Hermione would probably appreciate having him take one of the subjects she was interested in, and he did owe her. Besides, Hermione was his second closest friend, and really Harry had no idea how he would have gotten through his studies for the past 3 years without her. Not to mention the traps around the Philosopher's Stone, not to mention working out it was a basilisk that was petrifying people, not to mention rescuing Sirius. She really was amazingly smart. He should appreciate her more, even if her bossiness sometimes drove him round the bend. He could try to be a better friend to her. He wouldn't mind making more friends, Harry mused absently. Oh, he liked to think he was friendly with most people in Gryffindor when they weren't considering him the heir of Slytherin, and he was mates at least with the Quidditch team, especially Fred and George, and with his dorm mates. But he knew he wasn't the easiest of people to be friends with between his unwanted fame and the trouble that seemed to follow him around. At least Ron and Hermione had stuck with him through thick and thin. Quality was more important than quantity, Harry determined, but still, 1 or 2 other people to hang around with wouldn't be a bad thing. Before he could set the microwave's timer, the telephone rang. Harry didn't investigate. His chore was dinner, and it was more than his life's worth to deviate from it. Not to mention the call was unlikely to be for him. He could hear his aunt answer, her strident voice carrying down the hallway. He found his mind wandering to the interview with Moody and Bones. Bones had been nice, strict but kind. She kind of reminded him of McGonagall. Moody, though, had been bloody brilliant. He hadn't made a fuss over the locks on the door or the pathetic bedroom Harry had. More importantly, he'd told him stories of his dad. He couldn't believe that his dad had been a hit wizard. He wondered what career his mum had chosen. He'd ask Sirius or Remus. Asking his aunt was an invite to trouble. Speaking of said aunt, she suddenly poked her head through the kitchen door. "Leave that and go and pack all your things in that trunk of yours," Petunia snapped. "I'll explain on the way." On the way to where and what about dinner, Harry grumbled to himself as he went up the stairs to his bedroom. He hadn't been refused lunch, but the meagre sandwich and apple had been hours before, and his breakfast had been minimal, a quarter of a grapefruit. He packed his trunk quickly. He hadn't, truthfully, unpacked a great deal of it. He picked up Hedwig's cage. She'd find him wherever he went. He struggled down the stairs and was briskly directed by his aunt out to the car. He put his trunk and the cage in the boot of the car and had just closed the boot lid just as his aunt came out of the house. Betty Doon called out a greeting from the other side of the street and hurried over. "Why, Petunia, wherever are you off to at this late hour?" "Family emergency," Petunia said crisply, putting the keys into her handbag. "Oh, you poor thing," Betty said, but her eyes gleamed more with glee at having some gossip than genuine concern. "Is there anything I can do?" Petunia shook her head. "Thank you anyway, Betty. We must be going." She speared Harry with a look. "Get in the car, and none of your nonsense." Harry made his way around the car and climbed into the back seat. He wasn't actually allowed in the front. He waited until his aunt had taken the driver's seat and put her seatbelt on before he cleared his throat nervously. If this is about Aunt Marge, perhaps I should stay here?" Harry offered. He couldn't think what other family they had who could possibly have had an emergency. "This isn't about your Aunt Marge," Petunia said. "Now be quiet. I need to focus on driving." She rarely drove anywhere, preferring his uncle took the responsibility. Harry thought about asking what was going on again, but decided it was probably best to keep quiet. They drove out of Little Whinging and took the main road towards Greater Whinging, the neighbouring town that was more affluent. His aunt had always wanted to live there. They took another turning, then another. They passed through the centre of Greater Whinging and made towards the countryside outskirts. At the end of one long, winding road, his aunt took a left into a shady street with old trees weighed down with heavy branches of bright green leaves. They pulled into the driveway of a large house. Petunia ordered him out. Harry went to get the luggage. He wasn't certain what was going on, and keeping calm seemed like a good strategy. The large green front door opened, and Harry froze at the sight of Remus. "Ah, good, you're here." Remus waved at him. "Leave the luggage, Harry. It'll be taken care of." Harry obediently set down Hedwig's cage and his trunk back in the boot. Professor Lupin—" "Remus, please, Harry." He smiled at him. "Inside, and I'll explain everything." Petunia ushered Harry into the house ahead of her. "In the front room to your right, Harry, if you wouldn't mind." Remus pointed at the open door. Harry stepped through into a comfortable-looking sitting room. It was chintzy, but suited his aunt's tastes perfectly. "Your aunt and I thought you might like to join me dog-sitting, Harry," Remus offered, as Harry opened his mouth to demand an explanation. Harry gaped at him and then at his aunt. Dog-sitting? Did that mean they were going to spend the summer with Sirius? His mouth snapped shut. "Really?" "Really?" Remus smiled at him. "I just have a couple of things to clear up with your aunt, and then we'll get going." He picked up a stack of documents from the coffee table. "I just need you to sign these, Petunia." Petunia sniffed, ignored the quill Remus offered to her, and drew a pen out of her bag. She quickly signed the papers. Remus sorted them into 2 stacks and handed her one. "These are your copies. Harry and I will use this room for another 10 minutes, and then we'll be on our way. You should collect the rest of your family and stay here until your things are moved magically by our house elf tomorrow." "Very well," Petunia sniffed. She darted a look at Harry and made for the door. "Aunt Petunia," Harry said impulsively. "Thank you." He really did mean it. He didn't know how Remus or Sirius had convinced her, but he did appreciate her agreement. She stopped in the doorway and gazed at him with a strange expression. You'll be better off with your own kind." She looked over at Remus and almost looked as though she wanted to say something else, but if she did, she thought better of it and walked out, pulling the door shut behind her. "Well?" Remus pulled his wand out. "Stand still a moment, I just need to check. Yes, here it is, one tracking charm." He plucked a mouse from his pocket, tapped Harry and then the mouse. "Creature!" A house elf popped into the room and Harry took a startled step backwards. "Creature, can you take this mouse to, I don't know, York and leave it there, please?" Remus asked politely. Creature nodded sharply, took the mouse and disappeared again. "Right. Now Creature's already delivered your trunk and Hedwig's already there, so it's just us." Remus grinned at him and handed him a piece of blank parchment. The blankness disappeared as soon as Harry touched it, words scrolling across the paper. "Mr. Padfoot invites Harry Potter to 12 Grimold Place." "Now keep the address firmly in your mind, Harry," Remus said. He held out a dog's chew toy. "Take hold of the toy. It's something called a portkey and will transport us to the address when I give the activation code." Harry did so, repeating the address silently in his mind. Remus grinned at him again. "Padfoot?" The world around them disappeared, and Harry felt his stomach lurch as something tugged him. His landing was awful. He ended up in a heap on the floor. "Harry!" Sirius's concerned voice had Harry lifting his head quickly. "I'm okay," Harry claimed as his godfather helped him up off the floor. As Sirius briskly checked him over, Harry couldn't get over how different Sirius looked. His hair was cut, his facial hair neatly trimmed, he had clean clothes and looked as though he'd put on some needed weight. There were traces of Azkaban still in his grey eyes and sharp cheekbones, but he looked better, much better. Sirius hesitated for a moment before pulling him into a hug. Harry tensed before he returned it, letting the older man's genuine affection wash over him. "I can't believe I'm here. We couldn't tell you just in case things didn't go to plan. I didn't want you to get your hopes up and be disappointed." Sirius apologized. He rubbed Harry's back briskly and stepped away, but kept his arm around Harry's shoulders. Harry looked around the room, eagerly noting the crest on the wall and the functional furnishing of what seemed to be a waiting room with a flue. "Is this your house?" "Yes, well, my family's really," Sirius explained, "otherwise known as the London residents of the House of Black." "The house is under a Fidelius," Remus explained, gesturing absently with the chew toy he still held, "so Sirius can hide without anyone knowing where he is." Sirius guided Harry over to the sofa and pushed him into it gently. "My family and I didn't get along because they were heavily into the dark arts and bought into the whole pure-blood agenda. Most of my cousins and my late younger brother followed Voldemort." He sat down next to Harry and Remus sat opposite in a comfortable-looking chair. "Anyway, I inherited the family title, wealth and estates when my grandfather died, but obviously I was in Azkaban, and when I got out, I didn't want to have anything to do with any of it. But I realized when you helped me escape from Hogwarts that I should swallow my pride and accept my inheritance so I could get things done like hiring a solicitor and—" He waggled his eyebrows at Harry, "clearing my name. I gave an interview, but they wouldn't tell me." Harry couldn't help the surge of hope that rushed through him. Are you... "Yep," Sirius smiled widely back at him. "As of this evening, I am an innocent man, according to the Ministry." "It's going to be announced tomorrow," Remus added. "Full pardon and compensation. Wormtail is going to find himself a wanted man." "That's brilliant," Harry said, and tried to ignore the rattling nerves in his gut as his mouth dried up. And it was brilliant. Sirius was free, and that was fantastic, but maybe Sirius hadn't meant his offer to live with him if arrangements had been made just for the summer, so... "The other thing," Sirius said roughly, his eyes raking over Harry as though he'd read his mind, "is that I'm hoping you still want to come live with me, because, we managed to get the Ministry and your dear aunt to agree that, as of this evening, I'm your guardian." Harry stared into the anxious eyes of his godfather. "You are." He barely got the words out. His chest was so tight and he thought he might not be able to breathe. Sirius really wanted him. "I am," Sirius confirmed more confidently. "Remus has the paperwork if you need proof. So living with me?" He nudged Harry's shoulder. That's okay with you, because as much as I want you living with me, I really, really want you to be okay with this too." He nodded quickly. It's everything he had ever dreamed about when he was in his cupboard. Harry felt his throat close up, and his eyes prickled with sudden tears. Sirius wanted him. He was free of the Dursleys and could live with Sirius, who actually wanted him, cared about him enough, maybe even loved him enough to arrange it so he would be Harry's guardian, and who hadn't run off and left Harry alone again. Harry had no idea what was going on as his emotions raged and his magic responded, flaring up and rattling the ornaments. Sirius immediately tugged him into another hug, and Harry stiffened again before he went with it, trying hard not to cry as he pressed into the unfamiliar sensation of the warmth and security of someone, a parent-type person, holding him. "It's okay, Pronglet," Sirius whispered. "Let it go, I've got you." And Harry felt the first sob wrench out of him sharply before he surrendered and gave in to the need to cry. Chapter 9. Healing Padfoot and Pronglet 1. Part 3. Healing Padfoot and Pronglet, the hide-in-a-time bubble prank. June 24th, 1994. Sirius had once been a 13-year-old boy, and he knew that Harry, who was currently crying his eyes out into Sirius's increasingly wet and soggy shoulder, would be mortified as soon as the storm of weeping stopped. Sirius also knew Harry needed the release, though. Sirius knew all too well the emotional shock of having someone care after years of being told you were worthless. He had never wanted his godson's childhood to be anything like his own, and that it was made his heart ache and took him far too close to shedding tears himself. No more Dursleys, though, Sirius reminded himself as he rubbed soothing circles on Harry's back with one hand and stroked his fingers through his mop of dark hair with the other. Harry was under his protection finally, and Sirius would make sure that the remainder of Harry's childhood would be exactly what it should be, filled with love and happiness, and fun and security. He glanced over at Remus, who looked devastated at Harry's breakdown. He mouthed that it was okay, and Remus nodded slightly, easing back from his hovering, uncertain position on the edge of his chair. Harry sniffled, and Sirius realized he'd come back to himself. Remus handed over a handkerchief. Sirius eased back and handed Harry the cloth with the no-nonsense instruction to blow his nose. Harry followed the order, swiped at his damp cheeks, and absently handed him the handkerchief back. Sirius banished it. Harry was bright red and wouldn't meet either of their eyes. "The summer before my 6th year, I ran away from home and ended up at your dad's," Sirius said quietly. Harry looked over at him, curiosity getting the better of his embarrassment. "Your granddad Potter told me that it was all going to be okay, that they loved me, and I was already part of the family. I was 16 years old, and I spent the better part of an hour crying my eyes out on his shoulder," Sirius said. "So I guess what I'm trying to say is that you're in good company." Harry flushed, but nodded slowly in acknowledgement that Sirius understood. "He also told me, just as I'm telling you now, that we have a lot of getting to know each other to do, and at some point we're going to argue and disagree and do things or say things that test our patience with each other," Sirius continued, keeping hold of Harry's gaze determinedly, "because parents and kids do that. And although I'm new at this, I consider myself your parent now, kiddo." He poked Harry gently in the arm. "Okay?" Harry nodded again. "So we're going to do all of those things, but, and this is the important thing, I'm always going to love you," Sirius said fervently. "I loved you from the moment I held you just after you were born, and I loved you when you broke me out of Hogwarts, and I love you right now this minute, and I am always going to love you and want you in my life. Understand?" "And that goes for me too, Harry," Remus added softly. Sirius could see the hope that flared to life in Harry's eyes as he gave another nod, but he could also see fear that it wasn't true or real. It was going to take time, Sirius reminded himself. He patted Harry on the shoulder softly. "Now, we have lots to tell you," Sirius said, changing the subject and brightening his tone. "But Remus told me you haven't had dinner, so why don't we get something to eat?" Harry's stomach growled in response. "Food it is," Remus declared cheerfully. He stood up and Sirius and Harry followed him out of the room and down the corridor. Sirius couldn't help smiling as Harry gazed around, wide-eyed. "The house has been in my family for generations. My grandfather preferred the country estate and hated London, so when my father married my mother, he gave it to them. My mother was nuts, and she was restricted to the house by my grandfather. Namely, after she'd tortured Sirius, a recognized heir to the line, for refusing to follow Voldemort and driven him to the Potters. But Harry didn't need to know that part of the story. "Are we going to live here?" Harry asked, as Remus led them into the dining room. "Nope." Sirius guided Harry into the seat on his right as he took his usual chair at the top of the table. Remus sat in the seat to his left, opposite Harry. "I'm going to need this place for business. I have a seat on the Wizengamot, so it's going to be too visible despite the Fidelius. We will live somewhere else." He touched the table and the food appeared, plates of shepherd's pie with peas and carrots. "Tuck in?" Harry immediately began, and something uncoiled in Sirius's gut at the sight of his godson eating at a table in a house Sirius owned. He picked up his own cutlery as Remus passed a bread roll to Harry. "Thank you, Professor," Harry said automatically. "Professor," Sirius snorted. Remus shot him a look. "It's Remus, Harry, or Moony, if you'd prefer that. I'm not your professor anymore." "You used to call him Mooey." Sirius slid in teasingly. Harry's eyes lit up and a smile flickered over his lips. "Really?" "Yes, Unca Mooey to be exact," Remus recalled fondly. "As you were only a baby, we forgave you the lack of enunciation." "Prongs thought it was hilarious," Sirius said, remembering the scene in the Potter's kitchen and James chuckling away. "But his face when you called him Dada for the first time—" He smiled at his godson's rapt expression. He was the proudest man on the planet that day. "Flu called me especially," Remus agreed, "but then you'd been calling your mum Mama for at least a month, and I think your dad was just thrilled you'd finally recognized his part in your parenting." Harry scooped up more of his pie. "I wish I could remember." Sirius exchanged a sad look with Remus. "Well, we can share our memories with you so you can see for yourself." "And tell you lots of stories," Remus added. "I've been saving them up for years, and now I finally get the chance to tell you them, since I no longer need permission from either your aunt or the headmaster to see you or to talk with you openly." Something eased behind Harry's eyes, and Sirius mentally applauded his old friend for letting Harry know simply and quickly why he hadn't been in his life to date. "We do have a lot to tell you, Harry," Sirius said. "Everything from your mum and dad and your Potter heritage to what happened after you rescued me at Hogwarts to what happens next. But I don't want to overwhelm you with information, and I would like your agreement on some things that are already in motion, so I think we need to prioritize for tonight. Agreed?" Harry nodded and swallowed down his mouthful of food quickly. "Okay. Well, as we will have plenty of time in the future to tell you about your mum and dad and your family, how about we focus on the urgent things?" Remus suggested, spooning more shepherd's pie onto Harry's plate. "Like what's happened since Hogwarts and what happens next?" Harry asked, smiling a thank you at Remus. "Exactly," Sirius said, picking up his glass and taking a long sip of water. "We should do this logically and start from what happened when you, Sirius, left Hogwarts," Remus instructed. Sirius rolled his eyes but complied. "Well, like I said, before I realized I needed my inheritance to get things done, so I came here and assumed control of the family magic. That essentially made me Lord Black." He restrained the urge to tell Harry he would need to do something similar and become Lord Potter. Creature, the old house elf, is giddy at the thought of restoring the family's reputation, so he has helped with getting money from Gringotts, doing the shopping, cleaning this place up. Which was a relief and a shock, because he and Creature had never had the best of relationships when Sirius was a child. Then Remus sent me a note, so we met up, and he agreed to help me with getting you away from the Dursleys. He's also agreed to come live with us and keep us out of trouble." Harry darted a pleased look at Remus, who smiled back at him. "What next?" Sirius asked himself. "Oh, right. We hired a solicitor, Brian Cutter, who's very good at what he does. He investigated my arrest, found there wasn't a trial, and approached Fudge on behalf of Lord Black about investigating whether or not Sirius Black was innocent. The minister knows that Lord Black will be very powerful politically when he takes up his position in the Wizengamot, more powerful and wealthy than the minister's current advisors. Remus jumped in. So he agreed to the investigation and ultimately your guardianship, not wanting to annoy a new potential ally. Harry looked at them both with a grin. So you essentially pranked the minister into doing his job? Yes, Remus and Sirius replied in unison, unashamedly. There will be some feathers that have to be smoothed, Remus acknowledged, when it's announced that Sirius is Lord Black. Fudge won't be able to get too annoyed with me, though, Sirius reassured Harry, sensing his godson's unease at the idea of an angry minister. I am Lord Black. Amelia Bones' investigation did clear my name, and my guardianship of you is based on the legally acknowledged wishes of your parents. He darted a look at Remus, a signal for help at explaining about the rest of what had transpired around the guardianship. Remus stepped in immediately, gentling his tone. Not only that, but when Amelia Bones came to see you at Privet Drive, she wasn't impressed with the standard of care that you were receiving from your aunt and uncle. A crease appeared in Harry's forehead, and he stared down at his meal, embarrassed. She supported the change in guardianship, especially when she did some digging and realized you hadn't received any official visits to check up on you. Remus continued. It would be very embarrassing for the ministry if that came to light. Harry's gaze remained affixed to his plate. Harry, Sirius said softly, we don't know exactly what your aunt and uncle have done or not done in taking care of you. But we can guess, and we do know that Director Bones believed that you might have a case to bring charges against them. It would go through the Muggle system, Remus explained. However, Brian has said that it would probably come down to your word against theirs. Harry had stopped eating, and his features had taken on a pensive look similar to Lily's. I just want to be shot of them. Well, you don't have to have anything more to do with them, Sirius declared fiercely. If there was any other business with the Dursleys, he and Remus could take care of it. Probably Remus, as Sirius was likely to hex the hell out of them. Your aunt relinquished all rights to you, Remus said carefully, in exchange for the protection of a new address, so wizards can't find her. You mean she happily gave me away for a new house? Realization dawned, and Harry's face grew red. That house where we were at, that's their new house. Yes. Remus glanced over at Sirius, the need for help written all over his face. Great, that's just great, Harry muttered, pushing his plate away. He took a breath and met Sirius's gaze. I'll pay you back, I promise. Sirius's eyes widened at the offer. You don't need to, Harry. I have plenty of money, and, quite honestly, I'd happily have given every nut to the woman if it meant I got you in exchange. Stunned didn't even begin to describe Harry's face. Sirius bridged the gap between them and placed a hand over Harry's clenched fist. Harry, we understand if you don't want to talk about your time with your aunt and uncle, but I want you to keep two things in mind. Firstly, that we will be here when you are ready to talk about it. And secondly, however they treated you was not your fault, and whatever they told was a lie. Harry nodded slowly. Sorry, Believe me, I know, Sirius said sincerely, letting go of Harry reluctantly. You should also keep in mind, Harry, that while the new house was in some ways a bribe, there was a valid reason for giving your aunt a new address above and beyond, getting you out of their clutches. Remus said, easing the topic down another path and away from sensitive issues. Your mum put up some very impressive blood wards around the house at Privet Drive. Now, they kept both you and your aunt safe while you resided there, and your magic helped to keep the wards in place. However, with you no longer there, the wards will eventually collapse, Sirius explained. After Brian's initial discussion with your aunt, with her permission we had an expert from Gringotts check them out. He said with your immediate removal, and as you've been away at Hogwarts most of the year already, he would give it a month or so before the wards fall. The new house doesn't have the blood wards, but it does have an impressive set of security wards that will keep out wizards, Remus said. Sirius checked Remus and Harry were done with the main course and tapped the table. The dishes disappeared and dessert shimmered onto fresh plates in front of them. Harry enthusiastically reached for a spoon to delve into the ice cream. "I guess I'm okay with them having the house," he said after his first bite. "I don't like that they've got it, but I don't really want them dead and Voldemort." He looked up at them suddenly. "You know he's alive?" "Yes, I might have learned a great deal about your first 2 years when I was teaching," Remus confirmed. "You encountered a wraith of Voldemort in your first year, and in your second encountered an object that could have brought him back to a corporeal form." "A diary, yes," Harry said. "Lucius Malfoy gave it to Ginny." Sirius glowered. "The family meeting is going to be a doozy." He shook himself and caught Harry's inquisitive look. "Malfoy is married to my cousin Narcissa. As the Malfoys petition to marry into our family, the Blacks have something called primacy. Lucius is subject to the will of Lord Black." A mischievous grin spread across Harry's face, and he looked so like James for a second that Sirius's heart almost stopped. "I'm going to have to a family meeting soon to sort some things out. As you're my heir, I want you to have input on how we handle the family matters." Sirius forced himself to continue, "But that's a discussion for another day." "Okay," Harry said easily, "although I know exactly what I want to do with Malfoy." Sirius and Remus exchanged a knowing look at the tone. James had always used that particular tone for Snivelus. "Getting back to Voldemort," Sirius said quickly. "Yes, Remus and I know he's out there. Thanks to a letter my brother Regulus wrote to me, and which Creature gave to me when I arrived here, we also know there are other objects like the diary that are also out there that we believe are the reason why he's a wraith and not completely dead." "So what are we going to do?" Harry asked, far too enthusiastic for Sirius's liking. "We aren't going to do anything. Remus and I will be bringing the matter to the attention of the Ministry, the DMLE and the Dom, and we'll work with them to track these objects down and see about kicking Voldepants into the great hereafter," Sirius said. "You're going to go to school, study, have fun, and enjoy yourself." "But," began Harry. "It's not that I don't think you're a capable wizard, Harry," Sirius reassured him swiftly. "After your amazing rescue of me, how could I think otherwise? And I know from the tales of your exploits that you faced Voldemort down more than anyone else alive and lived to tell the tale. But Harry, and it's a big but, you should never have had to face him. You were 11 and 12 and should have been thinking about pranks and fun, not how do I survive a basilisk or a possessed professor. The adults around you should have done much more to protect you, and I will be having words with Dumbledore, believe you and me, and now you're under my protection. I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure you're safe, and that means ensuring that Voldemort or anything to do with him doesn't come within 100 miles of you." His heart was racing as he ended his speech. Harry was looking at him wide-eyed. "As you can see, your godfather feels rather strongly about the matter," Remus said mildly. "I don't want anything to happen to you." Harry blurted out, "Either of you." "Neither do we, nor do we want anything happening to you," Remus replied as Sirius struggled to get the lump in his throat to disappear. "Which is why Sirius and I will involve the people who should track these things down and fight Voldemort, namely not us. I was thinking we would be more like ringmasters," Sirius offered. "I was going to say generals," Remus countered. "A ringmaster is in charge of a circus." "Well, it is the Ministry, the DML, and the Dom," Sirius pointed wryly. "They are a bit of a circus." A genuine chuckle from Harry brought a smile to Sirius's face, only for it to be wiped out by the next thing his godson asked. "What about the headmaster?" Harry waved his spoon. "He could help." Sirius growled before he could stop himself. "What Sirius is trying to say is that while we both think the headmaster is a great wizard to whom we owe a great deal," Remus said diplomatically, "we have some concerns about the decisions he's made." Harry frowned. "What decisions?" Remus and Sirius exchanged a concerned look. Neither of them wanted to disillusion Harry about an adult authority figure, someone he respected, but they also knew they needed Harry to start questioning his headmaster's motivations and actions. "Harry, you play chess, right?" Remus asked, putting his own spoon down. "Yes." From the tentative answer, Harry was wondering where Remus was going with his question. Sirius was rather wondering that himself. Imagine that the chessboard is the wizarding world. On one side of the board is Voldemort. Remus gestured with his wand, and a black king piece sprang into being on the dining room table. On the other, the leader of the light, Albus Dumbledore. A white king piece appeared. Sirius was sure Remus had been a brilliant teacher. Harry was paying attention, his brow lowered in concentration. But there are many pieces on a chessboard. A third gesture had the actual board arriving. Some people in the wizarding world might be important, like the knights, rooks, bishops and queens. Pieces arrived to fill the squares. The Minister of Magic might be one of those pieces, for instance, and I think you, Harry, would probably be one of the more important pieces. Some of us, though, might merely be pawns. The word impacted with the force of a bludger as the minor chess pieces arrived. Sirius could see Harry's internal flinch as clearly as if he'd done a full body jerk. "Now, what's the first lesson you learned about chess?" Remus asked softly. A series of emotions ran across Harry's face, but he raised his eyes to meet Remus's bravely. "That you may need to sacrifice a piece. And you might risk others." Remus gestured until the board transformed into a half-played game. "See, your rook is at risk because you've decided to protect your knight. Now remember, the wizarding world is our board. So Albus is risking his rook, and let's say that's Sirius, because he's decided to protect his knight. Let's pretend that's you. Do you think Sirius would argue with that decision?" Harry darted a look at Sirius. "No." Sirius stressed immediately. "In theory, I have no trouble being put at risk if it means that you're safe." Harry looked as though he wanted to argue the point, but Remus jumped back in. "Only Albus doesn't ask Sirius, because Sirius is only a chess piece, and Albus has control of his side of the board, even though the decision he's made that he won't offer Sirius his personal protection. So Sirius gets a trial, but he will allow Sirius to escape. Means Sirius doesn't get his name cleared and remains on the run as a fugitive, and you're still stuck at the Dursleys." Harry frowned heavily as he absorbed Remus's words. But say there was a different move that could have had both pieces safe. Remus made another motion with his wand, and the pieces changed to safe positions. With this move, offering Sirius the personal protection of the Chief Warlock until Sirius can be questioned under Veritaserum. Sirius is a free man, able to provide you with guardianship, and you're free of the Dursleys. However, this move means the whole game is a bit more difficult. Harry looked over at Sirius, his eyes guarded. Could he really have put you under his personal protection? "He could have," Sirius replied calmly, "but no doubt it would have created difficulties between him and Fudge politically, and potentially that could have ramifications for legislation in front of the Wizengamot or things that Dumbledore needs Fudge to do as minister." He pointed at Harry's ice cream and got his godson eating again. To keep with the chess theme, he was probably thinking several moves ahead with his ultimate endgame in mind when he made the decision not to offer me protection. "Ron says I need to think ahead more when I play," Harry commented, stirring the slush that his ice cream had become. "He says that I see a piece in danger and automatically move to save it without thinking about the rest of them. So I guess we know which move you would choose if you were controlling the board," Remus continued. "This one," Harry admitted. "Of course you would, and so would Sirius, and so would I." Remus agreed brightly. "But none of us are in control of the board. We're—" "A chess piece," Harry said, disgusted. Remus cleared his throat, a little chagrined. Well, yes, but I don't mean to imply that in real life Albus considers you or any of us with the same cold objectivity that he would an actual chess piece. He does care about you, Harry. Don't forget that in both moves we've talked about he's protecting you, and I'm sure in real life the decisions he makes weigh on him." Sirius wasn't so sure about that, but he appreciated that Remus wanted to reassure Harry that Dumbledore cared about him, especially since Harry believed so few people in his life cared about him. However, when Sirius and I got together and talked, we realized that Albus has made quite a few decisions like this one. Remus gestured towards the chessboard, which went back to the previous play. Decisions which on the face of it are well-meaning but frustrating for the chess pieces, the people involved. And really unfair if he's deciding without asking them what they want, Harry interjected fiercely. Exactly. So Sirius, being Sirius, or should I say Padfoot, decided to mutiny and take over the whole game. Remus made a gesture at the chess piece, and the rook changed into a small dog, which began running around the chessboard, barking at the other pieces, forcing them to move back to the preferred play. Harry gave another small laugh at its antics. Sirius was glad Remus had found a way to lighten the mood. Remus gave it another moment, and then had the dog change back. And now we're deciding the moves rather than Albus. There was silence, and Sirius could almost see the wheels in Harry's head turning as he took on board everything they'd said. "So what do you think?" Sirius asked impatiently. "I think I hate chess." Harry wrinkled his nose as Sirius gave an appreciative bark of laughter. "But I think I see what you mean. I think the headmaster could still help with the Voldemort thing, but I can understand wanting to make your own decisions." Sirius breathed out a sigh of relief. "Talking of which," Harry said slyly, "I know you don't want me to be involved, and I understand that," he said hurriedly. "It's just—" "You're not sure Voldemort will leave you alone," Remus finished. "I asked the headmaster why Voldemort was so interested in me after first year." Harry licked his spoon. "He said he'd tell me when I was older. Maybe I should ask him again." Sirius hummed, caught between wanting to keep Harry out of it and yet unwilling to outright lie to his godson. He capitulated to the need for honesty. "We think there's a prophecy involved, but you and I will need to investigate with the Department of Mysteries." Harry looked at him eagerly. "Us?" "Yes, us," Sirius conceded. "Look, if I had my way, you wouldn't be anywhere near the fight with Voldemort until you're of age and trained and wrapped in several layers of dragon hide and maybe several more protective layers of bodyguards and possibly a dragon or two, but, as you say, it's obvious that he has an interest in you." He grimaced. "So maybe we can agree a compromise." His godson perked up considerably at that. "Remus and I will handle searching out these objects with the help of others, which may or may not include your headmaster," Sirius said, holding up a hand before Harry could argue the point. "But we will keep you in the loop, and you will help in searching out if there is actually a prophecy." Harry smiled happily. "You will also start learning something called occlumency to help us keep these things secret, and we will train you in some defensive magic, so if you do end up facing Voldemort again, you have some tricks up your sleeve." Sirius tried to sound parental. He figured Remus was trying not to laugh at him. "How does that sound?" Harry beamed at him, and Sirius couldn't help the warm rush of affection that rose up in response. "This is kind of the way I want this to work, Harry," Sirius admitted. "We talk, and we agree together what we want to do. What do you think?" "I like that I get a say," Harry admitted. His eyes lit up mischievously. "I guess it's like you said about Dumbledore. It's a bit frustrating if people make decisions for you without asking what you want." Sirius inclined his head at the acknowledged hit for his previous "you will stay out of it" position. He gave a mischievous grin of his own. "I'm glad you want to be involved, because the other thing we'll use to fight Voldemort is politics." A look of uncertainty crossed Harry's face. "Politics. We need to ensure his followers, or people who follow his agenda, don't have the political power to help him," Remus said, "which means building alliances with the other ancient and noble families. And we need to shut down his access to money," Sirius added, wielding his own spoon through the air like a sword. Maybe I'll leave this bit to you guys?" Harry suggested. Sirius smirked at him, and Harry inclined his head as he acknowledged that a point had been scored by his godfather. "Actually, you will need to be involved with politics. The Potters are an ancient and noble family, and you personally have the potential to have a lot of political influence because of your celebrity, no matter how much you might dislike the idea." Sirius commiserated. "We'll add it to your training." Harry sighed miserably. "I guess." "But not tonight," Sirius added. "We should probably discuss what's going to happen in the immediate future." Harry brightened. "So, first things first," Sirius said, nerves attacking him again. As part of the guardianship deal, I agreed that I would get some medical treatment. His godson looked alarmed and concerned. I'm fine, Sirius hastened to reassure him, but I was exposed to dementors for a long time in Azkaban, and on the run eating out of dustbins for a year, so I can't say I necessarily disagree that I could do with a checkup. You're really okay, though? Harry asked, dropping his spoon into his bowl. Really? Sirius said firmly, and he was... Yes, his emotions were still unsteady, his mind sometimes foggy, and he hadn't yet regained all of his physical strength, but he was okay. I could be better, he allowed, and I am concerned about your exposure to dementors, so I've arranged for us both to take a trip to the States to the Valley Clinic. Harry squirmed and grimaced. I expect, Sirius continued as though he hadn't noticed Harry's silent response, that we'll go in, they'll give us a checkup, and then we'll have a bit of a holiday while they feed me some nutrient potions. A holiday? Harry stopped squirming and started looking interested. Sirius agreed, finishing his ice cream and setting the bowl aside. I understand from my Uncle Alphard's journal that there's plenty of space for flying, a swimming pool and some great hiking trails. Flying? Sirius struggled not to smile at Harry's hopeful expression. He couldn't look at Remus because he figured the two of them would break down laughing if he did. Yep, so how about it? I'd like to go on a holiday, Harry admitted shyly. Good, well, that's settled then. We'll only be gone for a week in normal time, but the clinic is in a time bubble to provide people with as much time as they need to heal, so we'll probably stay a bit longer than that, Sirius said cheerfully. We should talk about disguises. Disguises, Harry repeated warily, getting diverted from the topic of why it might take more than a week for them to heal and whole complicated magic of the time bubble as Sirius had intended. Remus cleared his throat, drawing their attention. As you've pointed out, Voldemort has an interest in you. One of the reasons Albus placed you with your Muggle relatives was the protection provided to you by the blood wards left by your mother. Now you're safe here, but we need to make sure you're safe when you travel. We'll be going Muggle, Sirius said brightly. I've never been on an aeroplane before. Neither have I. Harry's face was alight with excitement. And you think we should be disguised too? We have two choices for you, Harry. Remus clasped his hands on the top of the polished table. The first is that we put a glamour charm on you, turn your hair blonde, your eyes blue, for example, but you'd still be 13 years old, and so if anyone was looking for you, you'd fall into the age group they would watch for. And if they're magical, they'll know I might be wearing a glamour charm. Harry surmised very quickly. Exactly, Sirius said proudly. So there is another option. We use a de-aging potion on you. You'll be 5 years old for 24 hours. Nobody will be able to tell you're really 13, and you can have some carefree fun as a 5-year-old. Harry considered it carefully. Sirius could see he was weighing the benefits of being safe and 5 against losing his 13-year-old intelligence and want to be treated like an adult. I guess I should choose the de-aging potion, Harry said finally. He glanced at Sirius. What about you? I'll take a de-aging potion too, Sirius said. I'll be in my 20s, but old enough to have a 5-year-old son. You'll be Harry Evans and I'll be Jack Evans. Jack was your grandfather's name. Harry nodded slowly. What about you, Remus? Remus started in surprise. Me? You're coming with us, right? Harry asked urgently. Remus smiled at Harry. Thank you for thinking of me, but not this time. He waved at Sirius and Harry. You both need time to get to know each other, and I'll need to coordinate things here in your absence. I have our new house to prepare, your finances to sort through, overseeing the press announcement of you as Sirius's ward. His smile widened. I dare say I'll have enough to keep me busy during the week you're away. Our new house? Harry asked, his eyes widening. And we've bought a place in Hampshire, out in the countryside, Sirius explained. It was Muggle, but we've made it unplottable, warded it to the hilt and put it under Fidelius too. We have some pictures we can show you, Remus said, but why don't we show you around here first? The tour was a good idea. Harry was most impressed with the dueling room in the basement, proclaimed Hermione would love the library, and was reintroduced to Creature in the kitchen before the house elf chased them out. They informed him briskly that they'd hired another elf for the new house, as Creature had enough to do with 12 Grimold Place. They finally climbed the stairs, and Sirius explained the first-floor bedrooms were for guests, as he nudged Harry up another flight of stairs. The second floor had 3 bedrooms, each with an adjoining bath. Each glistening white-painted door had a gold plaque. The first door had Steward of the House of Black on it, and Remus explained it was his room. Sirius's was engraved with Lord Black. He let Harry have a quick look inside, before hustling him down the corridor to the next room, where the sign read, Heir of the House of Black. "Here's your room for when you do have to stay here," Sirius said brightly. He nervously ushered Harry in. The walls were a pale cream. He'd had Creature furnish the place with Gryffindor red on the curtains, bed linen, and the upholstery of the chairs. A golden red tapestry rug depicting a lion softened the newly sanded and polished hardwood floor. The furniture was good quality oak, but not polished antique, as Sirius wanted Harry to be comfortable. Harry circled the room, taking in the bookcase and desk where he lingered over a photo of his parents, the dresser and wardrobe, the bed and bedside table, the squishy chair by the window where his trunk had been placed, along with an owl perch for Hedwig, who hooted a welcome to him. He explored the small bath through a side door and came back in with a wide smile. "This is great." His eyes met Sirius's across the room. "Thank you." "I'm glad you like it," Sirius said, pleased. "We won't be living here, but you should feel free to put some posters up and make it your room whenever we do." They smiled giddily at each other. Remus cleared his throat. He was leaning up against the door jamb, indulgence oozing from his own smug smile. "Your flight is very early, so you and Padfoot should have an early night. There are some new pajamas in the dresser, Harry, along with underwear and other things. We'll leave you to get ready for bed. Give a yell if you need anything." "What about packing for the holiday?" Harry asked. "Already done. We took the liberty of buying you some new clothes, although set anything you want to take with you on the desk, and I'll add it to the suitcase in the morning," Sirius replied. "I'll wake you when it's time to get up." He made to follow Remus out, but stopped as Harry looked around the room as though lost. "You okay?" Harry blushed. "Just a bit overwhelmed, I guess." Sirius nodded understandingly. "Like Remus said, we're a yell away if you need anything." He forced himself to continue walking out. "Sirius!" Harry stopped him, just as Sirius made it to the door. He glanced back questioningly. "Moody mentioned my dad was a hit wizard, and I was wondering—" Harry fidgeted with the edge of his shirt. "What did my mum do?" "Your mum signed up straight after school to do a Mastery of Charms with Professor Flitwick. Your mum told me that when she completed the mastery she wanted to teach. Then you came along, a very wanted but unexpected surprise, and then your folks had to go into hiding, so she never got the opportunity, but she would have made a great teacher. She was the brightest witch of our year." "Thanks, Sirius," Harry said sincerely, "for everything." "No need to thank me, Harry. You get some rest." Sirius finally made it out of the door and closed it, laying his head against the wood to catch his breath. Harry was home. He was safe. Chapter 10. Healing. Padfoot and Pronglet 2. Remus swallowed the urge to yawn and tried to focus on his meeting with Brian. They were in Brian's office in a wonderful old building just off Diagon Alley. The office was large but unpretentious. It suited Brian. There was a large bay window, letting sunlight flood across the sturdy desk and comfortable chairs. The bookcases that lined the room were filed with legal books and journals. "Everything go as planned with obtaining custody of the boy?" Brian asked as he reviewed the parchments in front of him. "Pretty much," Remus replied, recalling the previous evening with satisfaction before his mind drifted to earlier that morning. He'd bundled a newly de-aged Sirius and Harry into a car they'd hired at 5 o'clock to drive them to the airport. They'd both tugged at his heartstrings. It had been like looking at what could have been had Sirius taken guardianship when Harry was a baby. Harry had made a very cute, sleepy 5-year-old. Sirius had made a very dangerous-looking 27-year-old. Remus had insisted on taking a photo. He's a remarkable 13-year-old boy if he didn't kick up a fuss about being sent to a health clinic, Brian said dryly, setting the parchments aside. Remus grinned. Ah, well, we might have led him to believe it's mostly for Sirius's benefit, and the most he'll get is a checkup and then he can have a holiday. Sneaky. It was a bit of a conversational landmine, Remus recalled. Sirius had handled it well. In fact, Sirius had handled the whole evening with remarkable skill, only faltering over the topic of Dumbledore momentarily. Remus was proud of him. When Sirius was healed, he was going to be a fantastic father to Harry. And Sirius did need healing. Remus had caught him drifting mid-sentence, staring off into space with a haunted expression. He was skin and bones, despite Creature's cooking and the nutrient potions the house elf insisted Sirius drink every morning. But for all that, Sirius was surprisingly focused on one thing: Harry. James would be proud of Sirius and how he'd embraced his role as Harry's godfather, Remus thought fondly. Lily, on the other hand, would be open-mouthed in disbelief at Sirius's transformation from a somewhat reckless youth. Remus was only saddened that Sirius hadn't been given the opportunity to transform 12 years before. The confirmation that there had been no trial hadn't been a shock to them, but it was still a blow. Sirius had spent the day after hearing the news in a fury. Remus had channeled his anger into going over their plan with a fine tooth-comb so nothing could go wrong. It had been hard the previous evening trying to explain to Harry their anger at Albus without listing the growing complaints they had against him. The primary of which was Harry's treatment at the hands of the Dursleys. Remus had a feeling that Harry needed to be healed as much as Sirius. His size and stature spoke of malnutrition, and given the way he had broken down when Sirius had confirmed he was Harry's guardian and wanted him Merlin, Remus had never felt so useless. "Did you get a chance to ask the young man about prosecuting his relatives?" Brian asked. If Remus hadn't known his lycanthropy blocked mind-reading of any description, he'd have been worried that Brian had picked the topic straight out of his head. He sighed and nodded. He said, and I quote, "I just want shot of them. Sirius and I are agreed that they won't come near him again, so that's done." "Ah, well, can't blame the boy, and it's probably for the best. A prosecution would have been an ordeal for him," Brian murmured. "I assume you looked at the report compiled by Amelia Bones." "Actually, no." Remus shook his head. "Sirius took a copy for the healers at the clinic, but he wouldn't read it. He said Harry would talk to us when he was ready. I won't read it because I fear if I do, I'll hex the Dursleys if I have to deal with them again." Brian raised an eyebrow. "Some would say they deserve it." "They'll get their comeuppance eventually," Remus promised fiercely. "Sirius and I will ensure it once Harry is of age, and Petunia can't even remotely threaten to take Harry away from Sirius." "You think they'll try and reverse the guardianship?" "It's unlikely, but I'm not ruling it out," Remus said, "mostly because I wouldn't put it past Vernon Dursley to realise that if they got a new house for Harry, that they could potentially extort more. I assume that Black would prosecute them for extortion in that case," Brian said, picking up the cup on his desk. Remus nodded, draining his own cup of tea. Sirius would if Remus had anything to say about it. "A topic for another day," he said, knowing they'd meandered from the purpose of the meeting. "Are we organised for the press this week?" Brian nodded. "Everything's been arranged. There'll be a press feature tomorrow reminding people of Sirius's efforts during the last war, his friendship with the Potters, and hopefully various statements from friends and supporters once the news breaks today about his innocence. The day after that, the press will have the escape story, emphasising the want to protect Harry, and the day after that, the Ministry will announce its decision that Sirius has been awarded guardianship." "Good," Remus said, relieved everything was in place. "Yes," Brian brushed off his robes absently. "And don't think I won't be charging Black danger money for having to go into the Ministry every day." Remus smiled at him. "Well, I could do it, but his senior undersecretary is likely to panic when she realises I'm a werewolf." Brian harumphed with laughter. "Merlin, but she's a toad. How Dolores ever got that position?" He shook his head. "You know it's going to cause a bit of a storm that Lord Black has a werewolf as his steward when your condition leaks out to the press. The light will assume that it's a confirmation he's dark because he's hiring a dark creature, and the dark will assume that it's a confirmation that he's light because he's not discriminating against werewolves. Remus's lips twitched. Sirius is looking forward to confounding people, I think. I won't care for the publicity, although it will help promote Sirius's political agenda, but frankly, making sure Sirius and Harry have a good life is my only objective. And a good objective it is too, Brian agreed, raising his cup in a silent toast. Moving on to other legal matters, I've spoken with Liam Arkham, and we've come to a gentleman's agreement over the Potter's will, as they were the original solicitors of record. He has submitted the paperwork we completed when Amelia agreed to act as executor to get the guardianship through. The outstanding bequests will go through within the next couple of days, and there'll be a will reading. He gave me a letter to forward to Sirius. I assume it's a proposal for resuming their role as the Potter solicitors. You obviously have our proposal. Mary Barron is very good, and we can maintain separation to ensure there is no conflict of interest. Remus took the letter and popped it into his briefcase. Arkham and Arkham was a good firm, but Sirius hadn't been impressed that they'd allowed the will to go missing in the first place and effectively condemned Harry to the Dursleys. Regardless of Sirius's situation and the Longbottoms, Minerva McGonagall, who had been a close friend of James's mother, had been named as an alternative guardian for Harry, as had Andromeda Tonks, a distant cousin to James as a former member of the House of Black before her marriage to a Muggle-born, but one who he had known through Sirius. However, Sirius was determined that Harry needed to have input into who would represent him, and so had decided Harry would meet with the candidates and they'd discuss it, something Brian already knew. "Anything else to discuss today?" Remus asked, glancing towards the clock. He wanted to get to Gringotts before the Ministry press conference. "Just a reminder that we need to confirm Lord Black's plans for the Black family meeting if he wants to go ahead with his schedule." Remus grimaced. "The Lestranges are a certainty. You can prepare the dissolution of the marriage and disownment papers. The Tonks are also a certainty to be reinstated. And the Malfoys? That's the difficult one," Remus confessed. "Do we leave Malfoy in place and use the Black primacy to keep him in line, or take him out of the equation and risk someone else maneuvering into the vacuum Malfoy leaves?" "Better the devil we know," Brian questioned with a nod. "I can understand that." Remus pursed his lips thoughtfully. "Prepare dissolution of marriage and disownment papers. Sirius may use them, he may not, but at least they'll be ready." Brian nodded. "And adoption papers?" "Prepare them," Remus said simply. He rather thought Harry would want the security of being adopted by Sirius. Brian made a note, and Remus got to his feet, straightening out his robes. Sirius had insisted on buying Remus some new clothing, and Remus had acquiesced, knowing he needed to look the part as steward for Lord Black. He bade farewell to Brian and made his way out of the building and down Diagon Alley towards Gringotts. He was actually surprised how much he was enjoying his new position. He and Sirius had worked out the details the day after they'd been reunited. In truth, although Remus held the title of steward, his responsibilities would be fluid, dependent on Sirius's and Harry's needs. Primarily, Remus was going to be taking care of the financials and estate management, while Sirius took care of the politics. Sirius had also made it clear that he expected Remus to help him protect and guide Harry to resume his place as Uncle Moony. Remus was thrilled. Remus had moved into Grimold Place for convenience and rented out his old flat in Oxford to two very nice students who were beginning their masters in the autumn at the university and wanted to stay over the summer. The new house in Hampshire would be ready by the time Sirius and Harry returned from the States, and Remus was looking forward to moving into their new home. He'd spend the full moons locked away in his room at Grimold Place, though. Despite Sirius ensuring Remus had the money to buy Wolfsbane, Remus wouldn't be anywhere near Harry when he transformed, and he'd made Sirius promise not to argue with him about it. The last full moon had almost been too close, as it was. Gringotts was buzzing with people, and Remus made his way to a teller. He informed briskly that he was there for a meeting with the family accounts manager, and a goblin was called to take him. They made their way the stairs to the offices, and Remus found himself ushered into a large room where Kibbled awaited him. They'd already been through the process once for the black accounts. "Documentation," Kibbled said crisply. Remus immediately drew out the relevant parchments from his case and handed them to the goblin: the Potter's will, the guardianship award of Harry to Sirius, and his own appointment as steward. Kibbled grunted. "Gringotts acknowledges that you or Lord Black will represent the Potter heir in financial dealings concerning his estate going forward." He reached into a box on the desk and drew out a bronze key. "You should present this in future." Remus carefully pocketed it. "I want the current records and the portkeys to the various properties." Kibbled harumphed, but walked over to the large filing cabinet and withdrew a file. He handed it to Remus. "Same procedure as Black. Tap the parchment with your wand and request details of the vault or property. Current information defaults to a summary." Remus nodded and placed the file in his case as Kibbled went over to a safe and pulled out a box with the portkeys. He handed it to Remus, who stowed it away. "They won't work until Potter claims his ring to lift the Death Fidelius," Kibbled said bluntly. "Arnold Asquith is the wizard financial manager of record. Will you want to fire him?" "I want to meet with him once I've reviewed the records, say tomorrow at 1, Remus said. They'd already fired the black financial manager and replaced him with a goblin called Poon on Kibbled's recommendation. Poon was a genius with figures and a voracious appetite for profit. Sirius was liquidating any investment that looked the least bit shady and reinvesting in better businesses. Kibbled grunted again. "I'll inform appointments." "Good profit to you," Remus said politely and left without further pleasantries. He made his way to the leaky cauldron to get to the Ministry of Magic. The atrium was heaving when Remus stepped out of the flue. He could see the raised dais which had been put up ready for the press conference and the milling press already taking their seats. Amelia Bones was chatting to Brian and Alistair Moody in a corner. Remus unashamedly hid behind a pot plant, not wanting to call attention to his presence. Fudge entered, and Remus's eyes widened at the sight of Albus trailing after him. If Albus had screwed up Sirius's freedom in any way, Remus would kill him. Fudge ignored the chief warlock and walked up the steps to the dais. His entourage of the department heads stopped at the foot of the steps, with the exception being Amelia Bones, who made her way up them to stand just behind Fudge. The head aura, Rufus Scrimger, hovered just at the other side of the dais. Other red-robed auras patrolled. Many of the ministry employees gathered for the show. "Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the press, concerned citizens," Fudge began pompously from the lectern. "I have a statement to read, and then you may ask questions." Remus wasn't surprised, as the crowd erupted in whispers after the first few sentences. Fudge had to call for order after declaring Sirius innocent, and again after declaring Wormtail alive and wanted. Remus glanced at Albus and found a stunned expression adorning the face of the headmaster. He had evidently not known what Fudge was going to announce. "Questions?" Fudge asked, placing the statement down. He pointed at a reporter in the first row. "Rita Skeeter, Minister for the Daily Prophet," Rita said loudly. "Are you absolutely certain Black is innocent?" Fudge leaned over the lectern and nodded gravely. Director Bones conducted a thorough investigation. The physical evidence clears Black of the explosion that killed the Muggles. Pettigrew was seen alive by witnesses, including Harry Potter at Hogwarts at the time of Black's capture there. Further, they heard Pettigrew confess to betraying the Potters to you-know-who. Sirius Black is innocent. "But what about his reputation as the right hand of you-know-who?" another reporter shouted. "Unfortunately, articles and books written after the end of the war assumed facts not in evidence based on Black's arrest for the deaths of the Potters, Pettigrew and the Muggles," Fudge replied carefully. "In fact, I was reminded that as a hit wizard in the employ of the Ministry, Sirius Black was responsible for the arrest and takedown of many Death Eaters before the defeat of you-know-who. Not only that, but he was a most trusted friend of James and Lily Potter, who made him the godfather of their only son, Harry Potter, the boy who lived." The Ministry shares its part in the horrendous damage done to Mr. Black's reputation and has made reparations." "Where is Black now?" asked a male reporter from the front row. "Our sources place him abroad," Fudge said simply. "We reiterate that we would welcome him back to Britain should he choose to return." Rita stood up to regain the minister's attention. "Will actions be taken against those in the Ministry and Wizengamot who oversaw this terrible miscarriage of justice against former hit wizard Black?" Her gaze shifted to Dumbledore and then to Barty Crouch, who glared at her. Fudge cleared his throat. "We have to remember that it was a time of war and chaos. The Ministry was operating under special authorities. Of course, Mr. Black should have had a trial where his innocence could have been established. Absolutely no question about it. But we understand that it was overlooked because of circumstance." He paused. "I believe we should focus instead on two things. Firstly, trusting that the current administration has seen to it that justice has prevailed. And secondly, placing our efforts into capturing the real traitor and murderer, the rat Peter Pettigrew. That will be all for today." He gave a nod and exited the dais. A smattering of applause followed in his wake. Remus let the crowd drift into a mass before he sneaked out from the pot plant and started to make his way to the flue. Albus appeared so quickly in front of him that Remus almost charged into him. "Remus, how delightful to see you here." "Albus." Remus smiled politely and caught his breath. "How are you?" "Fine, my dear boy," Albus said, waving away the question even as he cast a privacy bubble. "I didn't realize you'd been invited." "I wasn't," Remus hastened to correct that idea. "I heard about it, though, and, well, I couldn't not be here." He winced at his ungrammatical statement. "Of course you couldn't," Albus agreed, "and it is a remarkable turnaround by Cornelius." For the first time ever, Remus heard Albus sound somewhat bewildered. "That has to be seen and heard to be believed. I assume, though, that you were interviewed?" "Under the usual oath of confidentiality," Remus confirmed smoothly. "I doubt the Ministry will let anyone but Harry's name be released." "Possibly not," Albus demurred. "Talking of Harry, I should write to him and let him know. I know he was interviewed, so he's probably champing at the bit to know the result," Remus said brightly and somewhat mischievously. "Let me handle that, dear boy," Albus said quickly. "Harry is currently away with the Dursleys due to a family emergency, and they won't appreciate owl posts in the presence of other muggles." "I'm sure you know best," Remus said dryly, silently celebrating that their cover story for the Dursleys' departure from Privet Drive had worked. Albus smiled, apparently satisfied with Remus's compliance. "I don't suppose you know where Sirius is? I'd be happy to collect him and let him know he can return." "Somewhere abroad, but I don't know the exact location," Remus replied promptly, which was the truth. He had no idea where the plane was at that exact moment. "Ah," Albus didn't seem that upset, and Remus knew Albus was weighing searching out Sirius and convincing him that he knew best where Harry was concerned, with waiting until Sirius surfaced. "Well, perhaps with all the foreign press Cornelius has arranged, he will be in touch sooner rather than later." Remus inclined his head. Albus suddenly turned to his left, and Remus saw Alistair Moody gesturing at Albus to take down the bubble. Albus did so quickly. "Albus," Alistair growled. "Alastair," Albus greeted him warmly. "It's good to see you. May I introduce the outgoing Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts with the incoming? Remus, you remember Alastair Moody?" "Pleased to meet you again," Remus said automatically. "It's been some time." "A long time." Alistair regarded him stiffly before relaxing and taking his hand. "Are you free to go over the details of what you covered in class and where you think the students are at with me?" "I can't today, and my new job keeps me busy," Remus replied. "But I could spare a lunch, say, the day after tomorrow, 1 o'clock at the Three Broomsticks in Hogsmeade." "Agreed," Alistair said. "It's good to hear you found something so quickly despite how things ended at Hogwarts." Albus said warmly. "I'm certain Severus didn't mean—" "Albus," Remus cut across him sharply. "Severus has never acted without knowing exactly what he means to do." He took a breath as Albus blinked in shock at Remus daring to speak out. "I will admit I deserved to lose my position after forgetting my wolfsbane, but one can only hope that ousting me from Hogwarts is enough vengeance for him. As it stands, I can assure you that Sirius, when he does return, will not take kindly to Severus's treatment of Harry, and please don't deny it. Severus's unprofessional behaviour is common knowledge among the students and staff, and frankly, Severus will deserve everything Sirius will do to him, and I hope I get to watch." He turned to Alistair. "I look forward to our lunch." "As do I," replied Alistair dryly. "Good day, Albus," Remus said politely. He sidestepped his old headmaster and strode towards the flue, feeling liberated. Sirius struggled with juggling the backpack, Harry's backpack, the documentation the Muggle customs wanted, and Harry, who was fast asleep. They were meant to be disembarking. "Here, let me help you." Cheryl, the elderly woman who'd sat across the aisle from them in the plane, reached over and took Harry's backpack before the hovering air stewardess could intervene. "Basil, take the other bag." Her husband smiled at Sirius. "You might as well give it to me, otherwise she'll just punish us both." Sirius gave away the bag and adjusted his hold on Harry as they made their way off the plane and down a sterile corridor. "It's very kind of you both." "Nonsense." Cheryl stroked a hand over Harry's head. "He's a lovely boy." 5-year-old Harry had charmed the pants off every woman in the first-class section where they'd been seated. He had been polite and adorable. He'd loved the children's movie they'd played, had loved the food, and had taken great enjoyment in the children's play pack that the stewardess had given them a few minutes into the flight. In truth, Sirius had enjoyed the play pack too, and watching Harry enjoy it. It had felt like something they'd both missed out on had been returned to them. There was also a plush, soft teddy bear wearing the airline's colours that Harry hadn't let go of when he'd fallen asleep. Apparently being 5 was tiring, which made sense, because taking care of a 5-year-old was exhausting. Before he knew it, Cheryl and Basil were helping Sirius through customs and into baggage where Harry woke up. They finally separated as they walked into arrivals, Cheryl and Basil being greeted by their daughter, while Sirius caught sight of a sign for his alias. He pushed the trolley holding their luggage and walked Harry over carefully, ensuring his body was between him and the middle-aged bald man holding up the placard. "The Valley Clinic?" "Indeed." The driver's blue eyes twinkled. "And you must be our new client." His gaze flickered to Harry. "Or should I say clients?" Sirius automatically tensed. The driver's gaze returned to him with a twinkle in the depths. "Your Uncle Alphard was quite the character. What was his motto again? Something about being up to no good." Sirius relaxed slightly at the mention of his uncle and his trademark saying that Sirius had stolen for the Marauders. "Sorry, it's been a long trip." "Yes, travel by plane is tiring, I'm led to believe. Call me Mick." The driver subtly pushed Sirius aside and took ownership of the trolley. They walked out into the windy city of Chicago, and Sirius was glad he'd thought to put on his jacket. He paused and crouched down beside Harry. "Cold?" Harry nodded, ducking his head shyly. Sirius helped zip up the jacket Harry wore and took Harry's hand as they caught up with the waiting Mick. The car was a luxury sedan. Mick wasn't surprised to see Sirius take the back seat with Harry. Sirius helped Harry into the seatbelt and ensured it was secure. "The valley is a good 3-hour journey," Mick said. Sirius entranced Harry with the "Who Can Spot the Most Red Cars" game by telling him Lily had made him play it when they'd gone Muggle travelling. When Harry got tired and grumpy, Mick pointed out the water and food for them stored in a cooler. Harry was asleep again as soon as he'd eaten. Sirius resisted the urge to pull him out of the seatbelt and into his lap. He settled for stroking a hand through Harry's hair. 5-year-old Harry was happy to hold Sirius's hand or be held by him for a cuddle, but the potion would run out shortly, and they'd be back to their usual ages, and Sirius didn't want to be. He wanted the years back. He wanted his godson to have his childhood, and he wanted to watch Harry take all the important milestone steps, just as Sirius had sometimes dreamed in Azkaban. He took deep breath after deep breath to center himself again. He also recognized that 13-year-old Harry was in some ways much more challenging to deal with. harder to get to know. He'd thanked Remus profusely for helping with Harry the night before. 13-year-old Harry, almost 14, was right on the precipice that separated the child from the man. He needed the love of a parent, the security of one, but he would rebel quickly at being restricted by one, even for his own protection. Sirius knew they'd have to navigate some compromises between Sirius's need to protect Harry and Harry's need to assert his independence. The car pulled off the highway and into the countryside. Sirius watched carefully, alert to anything suspicious. A set of gates seemed to appear from nowhere, and Mick drove through them and into a beautiful estate of lush green grass, leafy woodland and perfect blue skies, just as his uncle Alphard had described. Sirius knew Alphard had been fascinated by the history and the time bubble magic. The valley belonged to a tribe of Native American wizards. It had been originally believed that the time bubble had been created as a response to the invading European armies. Men went into the valley and returned a week later as old men, or didn't return at all. But Alphard had learned from the tribe elders that the time bubble had always been there, and the tribe had settled within it to safeguard it, eventually being able to overcome the temporal effects themselves through amulets that kept them temporally in sync with the outside world. Ultimately, they had specialized in healing magic and welcomed others of all faiths and backgrounds who wanted to do the same. The valley had become known as a place where if someone was badly injured or diseased, they could seek treatment, spending days healing but only losing a week in normal time. As the world advanced, the valley became an exclusive healing clinic that specialized in difficult cases and catering to people with money to spare. They pulled up in front of a tall white building with a glass front. Sirius woke Harry, and Mick swiftly escorted them inside to the waiting healer. He bowed in front of the grey-haired Native American man, Healer Blackhawk. Blackhawk's gaze raked over Sirius. "Lord Black, I will reverse the de-aging potion on you and your charge with your permission." Sirius nodded quickly. Blackhawk quietly radiated power in the same Dumbledore did. He felt the wash of magic and his skin rippled uncomfortably for a moment before it resettled. Beside him, he felt Harry morph back into his teenage state, clothes transfiguring along with him. Blackhawk smiled kindly at Sirius. "Your uncle was a good man, and I very much enjoyed our time together. I knew then you would one day seek our help." "Thank you for welcoming us," Sirius said, uncertain what else to say. The healer turned his attention to Harry. "It is good to meet you, Harry Potter," he said solemnly. "We have long expected you." Sirius frowned at Blackhawk's greeting and moved closer to his godson. Harry didn't object, and he smiled uncertainly at the healer. Hello," Harry said politely, fidgeted with the backpack he held. "You understand you are now within the temporal bubble," Blackhawk informed them briskly. "However much time you spend here, be it 5 minutes or 5 months, a week will have transpired in the outside world when you leave." Sirius nodded along with Harry. "We understand." "Good." Blackhawk led them through the reception area and through a door which opened up into a wide courtyard. Sirius was a little wary at the lack of any other people. Blackhawk saw him looking around and smiled. "In the clinic, you will see and hear no one but those assigned to your care, and no one else will see you and hear you." "Wow," Harry said, impressed as Sirius was. "You are entitled to your privacy, Mr. Potter." "Thank you." Harry was sincere and his words heartfelt. "Yes, thank you." Sirius echoed, because he was pleased at the protection of Harry's identity. Harry grinned quickly at Sirius in a shared moment of satisfaction. Blackhawk led them into the building to their right and into a warm and friendly room. A sitting area was off to the left and a table set out with food to the right. "This is my consulting room. Please both of you take a seat and have some refreshments. You have had a long journey. There is a bathroom if you wish to freshen up." He left them to it, and they made short work of the sandwiches and juice. Sirius urged Harry into cleaning up and then made use of the bathroom himself. He felt grimy. He wanted a shower and bed. He made do and went back into the room just as Blackhawk rejoined them with a woman who reminded him of McGonagall and was introduced as Dr. Helen Jordan. They sat on sofas facing each other, the healers on one side, Sirius and Harry on the other. Blackhawk gestured at Sirius. "We will discuss your treatment afterwards, Lord Black. I would like to first discuss your wards." "Shouldn't there be scans first?" Harry asked, perplexed. He instinctively shifted closer to Sirius. Sirius placed a hand on his shoulder, reassuring him. "I have to admit to the same question." "All the scans were performed passively during the time you've already spent in this room," Jordan said kindly. "Saves time," quipped Sirius, a little disturbed that they'd been monitored and assessed without his knowledge. Blackhawk returned his gaze to Sirius. "It is normally our practice to discuss treatment with the child present, if that's okay with you." Sirius could almost feel Harry bristling at being called a child. "Harry's a young man rather than a child, I think." He looked at his godson. "Are you okay with staying?" "I'll stay," Harry said immediately. They both turned back to Blackhawk with expectant looks. "We'll start with the minor and work our way up to the major," Blackhawk explained. He indicated that Jordan should take over. Sirius felt Harry tensing under his hand, but he didn't remove it. He kept it there, a silent sign that he was there for Harry. "Mr. Potter," Jordan began. "Harry, please," Harry interrupted. She smiled gently. "Harry, you have some malnutrition and physical weakness caused by poor diet. We can easily fix this with potions and a better diet going forward. We also incorporate Muggle techniques in our healing, hence why I'm a doctor as well as a healer. We want to build up your physical fitness, so there'll be an exercise program for you to do. It'll get you in tip-top shape for Quidditch. How does that sound so far?" "Okay," Harry said warily, and Sirius knew that he was waiting for the other shoe to drop. He was waiting for the other shoe to drop. Jordan smiled kindly. "We also believe that it would be a good idea for you to see a mind healer and learn some defensive mind magic." Sirius had to hand it to them. Harry would have protested at the words mind healer, but for that last dangling carrot. "Defensive mind magic?" Harry asked eagerly. "An art called occlumency," Jordan said. "It helps to keep your secrets and your mind safe. It would offer another layer of protection against Dementors." "Brilliant," Harry proclaimed with relief. He shared a glance with Sirius, an acknowledgement that Harry would be learning something they had already discussed. Sirius squeezed his shoulder a touch as Jordan glanced at Blackhawk. "There's also something our scans found we need to discuss with you to determine a path forward," Blackhawk said solemnly. Harry tensed straight back up, and Sirius's eyes narrowed on Blackhawk. "I do not know if you are aware, but your father and mother invoked a spell that placed a protective barrier around you." Blackhawk began. "Yes, that is, I was attacked in my first year, and the headmaster said my mother's love protected me," Harry said quietly. "Is that what you mean?" "In part," Blackhawk agreed. "The spell is powered by your family magic, so he must have called it forth and sent it to your mother somehow." Sirius's eyes widened. Family magic was used to bind oaths and judge the breaking of them. It was an additional power source, but only for the head of house. It had been the reason why James had been able to ensure he and Lily survived 3 encounters with Voldemort. How had James convinced the magic to power a spell Lily had cast? "However," Blackhawk continued, "the spell itself works only if a mother sacrifices her own life for her child, and her love for you was the reason she could make that sacrifice." Sirius watched anxiously as Harry considered Blackhawk's description, Harry's hands twisting anxiously in his lap. "When the Dementors, I hear them, Dad telling her to take me and run, and Mum begging Voldemort to leave me and kill her instead," Harry said softly. "He told her to stand aside, but she wouldn't." Sirius's heart just about broke. "Of course she wouldn't," he said gently. "She loved you very much." He pulled him into a half-hug and was surprised when Harry didn't resist the comfort. "Your family magic must be very powerful," Jordan offered, "because the magic invoked is incredibly complex. All around you is a magical barrier. The one who tried to kill you would never be able to touch you." "He couldn't," Harry admitted ruefully, his eyes downcast. "A couple of years ago, Voldemort possessed someone who attacked me, and I think my protection killed him. the man, even though the headmaster said it was the possession that did it. Possession is a tricky business. Blackhawk jumped in before Sirius could. It is likely that Albus Dumbledore was correct that this host would not have survived no matter that your protection did what it was meant to do and saved you. Think of it this way, Harry, Sirius said, ignoring the look of alarm that Jordan wore with Harry's claim that Voldemort had possessed someone. Your Hogwarts and your folks surrounded you with a forbidden forest to protect you. Just because the forest did its job and kept someone from harming you, it doesn't make it your fault that they came to harm. Understand? It was not your fault. Harry drew in a deep breath and nodded shakily. Sirius wondered if it was the first time he'd talked about his experience and glanced over at Jordan, who nodded in understanding. It would be addressed in Harry's treatment. Sirius turned his attention back to Blackhawk. You're concerned about the protection in some way? No, not at all, Jordan hurried to reassure him. The protection actually increases his natural healing abilities and helps his magic. What we wish to discuss is the crack in the protection, Blackhawk explained, his eyes shifting to Harry's forehead. Harry lifted up his fringe and fingered his scar. Sirius was beginning to regret giving Harry the option to stay. Exactly, Blackhawk said approvingly. This is where Voldemort struck you with the killing curse, yes? Unfortunately, nothing can stop the killing curse except dodging it, or a heavy object thrown into its path, or a huge wave of raw magic that throws it off course. Most wizards do not have the power required for the latter two defenses. The curse came into contact with the barrier, and where it impacted it, heated up the barrier and created your scar. Because you were scared and hurt, we think you must have sent out a huge wave of accidental magic, which combined with the protection pushed the curse back towards Voldemort and destroyed his body. Jordan continued. Sirius rubbed Harry's back to soothe him as his godson shifted restlessly, agitated by the discussion. So what's the problem with my scar? Harry asked bluntly, wanting to get to the point. Can you get rid of it? We have detected a dark residue of magic around your scar, with the signature of your enemy, Blackhawk admitted. It's okay, Harry. Sirius kept his arm around Harry, who had flinched and glared at Blackhawk, who looked back serenely. You can rid of him of this residue? He had a horrible suspicion of what it was exactly, but Harry did not need to know that he could be carrying around a part of Voldemort's soul. Blackhawk inclined his head. We will need to drain his magical core to a low level to pry the residue free. Once it is gone, then we can clean the scar with healing and restore his magic. However, there is the consideration that it provides a connection to the enemy. He paused. I believe if your enemy is weak, the connection is dormant, but perhaps you would feel pain around your scar in your enemy's presence? Harry nodded swiftly. If your enemy were to grow stronger, the connection may expand and provide you with visions of your enemy's movements, Blackhawk said. It could provide an advantage. It is also an area of vulnerability because just as you see him, he may see you. Sirius felt Harry tremble against him and shifted so he was facing Harry fully, his hands over Harry's. Harry, look at me. Harry lifted his eyes slowly until they met Sirius's. I said we would discuss important things before making a decision, didn't I? What do you honestly want to do? Sirius asked simply. Get rid of it, Harry blurted out, and Sirius felt a rush of relief. I don't want any kind of connection to him, but... No buts, Sirius said firmly. We're in complete agreement. He squeezed Harry's hands, and despite wanting to pull Harry into a hug, regardless of their audience, he knew the 13-year-old boy would hate it if he did. Sirius moved back to his previous position, but put his arm around his godson's shoulders. We'll do the procedure to cleanse his scar. Blackhawk nodded, and Sirius could see the approval in the old wizard's eyes. There is one other additional problem we have, and that is a childhood binding on Harry's magical core, Jordan added. Sirius frowned. James placed one when he was about 4 months old, I think. Lily didn't want to, but he was displaying a lot of magic, doing spontaneous transfigurations, actually, and James eventually convinced her that if they didn't, Harry might harm himself or them accidentally. Harry perked up at the story of his babyhood, but he was too pale, and Sirius could see the fear in his eyes. The connection business scared him, and Sirius couldn't blame him. It was scary. The healer who oversaw it said that the binding would fade around the time Harry turned 10, Sirius added, confused. That binding has indeed faded. Jordan replied. No, there is a second binding which was performed when he was 15 months old. It restricts the power he can consciously access. This binding has ensured the dark residue would not grow stronger than the child, Blackhawk explained. It has the magical signature of Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore. Sirius gritted his teeth and tried to control his rising fury. Remus had been wrong, he realized. Dumbledore didn't think Harry was average and had nothing to do with getting rid of Voldemort. No, Dumbledore had known Harry had power, but the meddling old coot had found the soul fragment, and rather than getting rid of it, he had bound Harry's core, presumably because Dumbledore had wanted the advantage of the connection. Sirius felt his control slipping and wrestled it back. Harry, he reminded himself. Harry needed him to be calm. But it needs to be removed, Blackhawk continued, so we propose to remove the binding once the cleansing is complete. Agreed, Sirius said quickly. We'll assess any power issues after the binding is taken away, Jordan said. Blackhawk regarded both Harry and Sirius thoughtfully. You must be exhausted from your journey. Perhaps we should discuss your treatment tomorrow, Lord Black. It's Sirius, Sirius answered, and yes, resting and settling in sounds like a good idea. He gave Harry a reassuring smile as they got to their feet. Everything was going to be okay. They'd get rid of the dark stain of Voldemort and get Harry his power back, get him healthy. And then Sirius was going to think of a suitable way to totally destroy Albus Dumbledore.